Yo, yo, yo. Whoops. I gotta post on my Insta Slam story. Everybody smile. Everybody say cheese. Oh. Oh, dang. Someone said a bad word in the chat. I gotta delete it. Just kidding. We're good. Alright. Boom. Alright, friends. How we doing? You get TikTok back. Congratulations. That means you were one of the chosen few by the Chinese Communist Party. What's my day job? I only got a night job. Just kidding. I'm a janitor. No, say as many bad words as you like. Unfortunately, every word is a bad word. Your family got a new dog? That's awesome. What kind of dog did you get? Houston, Texas. What's going on down in Texas? Liz just said poop. She's banned forever. I have a stalker. I'm sure I do. We all got one. We're just unaware of it. In some ways, God is a stalker. He's watching our every move. Him and Santa Claus. Also, does the Easter Bunny see if you do anything bad ever? I forget the lore behind the old Saint Bunny. Saint Peter. Have a great night. I want to join so bad tonight, but I'm out and about. Have a great night and good readings. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. You get poopy eggs. You get eggs filled with homeless people's used needles, which has happened once in a while. I think that's kind of like the equivalent to like getting coal on Christmas, is that they fill your Easter basket with like STD drug paraphernalia. Who keeps tab to make sure Santa isn't being naughty? Such a dictatorship. I know. Who knows? It's like, what if you come to find out that Santa's little elves are just very young Chinese children? What would you do? My question was Jeffrey Epstein on the Santa Claus flight logs? Now you're asking the real questions. David De La Rosa Jr. with the two. What's up, Joel? What's up, David? How are we doing? Hey, let's be a long-time listener, first-time commenter. Well, welcome, Jeremy. Yeah, for anybody who's new, we're just chilling for a little bit till we get started. I'm going to be reading some stalker stories for tomorrow. It's going to be freaking sick nasty. We got one viewer over on Twitch. August. Looks like Silver's over there. Don't know any of them, but that's fine. I'm going to get to know them. But you can follow my Twitch. I'm going to link it. You can follow Twitch home. You can become Twitch's primary stalker. You're the sole reason I listen to True Scary Stories. I love your content. Thank you, Shawu. Shawu! Howling at the moon. How do we solve world hunger? Probably Ozempic. You know? If nobody's hungry, then nobody needs to eat any food. Easy peasy. What about gang stalking? I was looking up gang stalking stories from like 4chan and all that kind of stuff. And it was so weird, dude. Like, I thought it was like, oh, this is a topic that may, not necessarily been broached, I suppose. And then, oops, I closed the wrong tab. A sudden cut out of music is really weird. Let's skip a song. But yeah, so, but then the gang stalking shit, all the stories from there are just from like schizophrenic people. And it's just like, they think that they're being gang stalked by like everyone in town. And that like the weird energy that their old friends from high school give them means that everyone's like out to get them. And I was like, I don't know. I thought it was actually supposed to be about like being stalked by a bunch of Indian dudes or something, but that's not the case at all. How do you feel about the animators using your stories for their comps? Most of the ones I've seen over the years have your stories. You know, I guess it kind of just is what it is at this point. I mean, I've not gone out of my way to be mad about it. I mean, I've been mad about it, but not like actively copyright striking or anything. And as long as they like, it is kind of fascinating seeing some of them like straight up make a living off of it. But I guess at the same time, I'm glad that the whole gang be eaten. You know what I mean? And I guess if you found the channel that way, that's some pretty solid promo. It's like having those reaction channels react to your shit in a way with a few extra steps. Audrey, thank you for the 15 months. Hey, boo, I've missed you lots. Missed you. Good to see you. What's happening? And Alex J, welcome back for 3 years. Happy 3rd anniversary. That is wild. Thank you so much, Alex. Good to see you. Your grandma's birthday's tomorrow. That's awesome. How old is Gma gonna be? Hello from Vancouver Island. I'm glad I finally caught the start of a stream. It's been a rough week. Hey, we got you. We're gonna be chilling. $100 billing. That's how you found me back in 2021. Hey, I guess if it worked, you know. As long as they give cred. Wart. Yeah, what else is new, guys? What have you been up to? What's on your mind? What fears can we assuage? How can we lull you into a state of non-worry so that me and the lizard people can carefully take over the world in the background and you just go to all the shitty movies we put out? You found me via Mr. Nightmare. Oh, that's good. Maybe a suggested video or something. Have you done giant snake stories? Because I know a famous Roman one. Which one's the famous Roman one? Is it like an old tale? Had a stalker, true story. My husband was a sergeant at the time. Bad move, stalker. Like he followed you around? Currently dyeing my hair blue. Alright. Let's get it. Just be prepared. The second the dye touches your hair, you're gonna turn into an evil, terrifying Libra. Step 1, make millions of cryptocurrency. Easy peasy. Got that. How do you feel about the new Shrek movie? Oh, there's a new one? Please tell me it's please tell me it is Michael Myers. The murderer, not the actor. It's stalker season. Mr. Nightmare just made a stalker video. Oh, really? Well, who knows? Maybe me and him are connected via the same single synapse that we use to make these videos. Conjuring 4 comes out in September. Nice. Does it actually look good? That's like the one series I feel like, I mean, you could definitely mess it up, but I could also see it like maintaining a really complex and interesting, what do you even call it? Mythos. Zendaya is in it? Wait, which one? Shrek? That's cool. I haven't seen her in anything in a while. See Zelensky kicked out of the Oval Office. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, I'm curious how all that's going to proceed. Because I saw that they were just going... It's just weird. It's like, what is the end goal, you know? Because obviously it's clearly like a war of resources, a war of attrition. Unfortunately, that attrition is using young human lives and I just can't come to the conclusion that either side really values those human lives at all. Can you believe that they're gonna pull off the Green Mile 2? No way, dude, really? They're gonna bring back the big man himself. They're gonna bring back the mouse. Didn't he talk to a mouse or something? With his shining powers? Oh, I forget. Will Jack Black play Shrek? Oh my god. Does Jack Black he just gets to be the voice of every children's movie ever, forever on? What's up, everybody? It's me, Shrek. Me and Donkey. We're freaking it up, bro. Hiya! It'd be funny if he doesn't even try to do a Scottish accent. He just does his own dealio. Mike Myers, Cameron Diaz, Eddie Murphy, and Zendaya. Let's go, bro. What's Zendaya supposed to be? She's going to be the princess that Eddie Murphy falls in love with. Has anyone recent the Monkey movie? The Monkey? The Monkey! That sounds interesting. Honestly, any movie with monkeys, I'm there. Midnight release. Your stalker followed me at night. I worked at my local hospital as a nurse. At least you know you had support. I should be a voice actor. I should, bro. I went to a little bit of a convention recently and met a nice voice actor. He was a kind gentleman. His advice was similar to others. It was take acting classes and then just try to get as many roles as you can independently until you get picked up by an agency sending them, you know, your reels. And then hopefully they recognize that you have some degree of talent. But yeah, I don't know if like to create a reel, if you really need like the, you know, the roles themselves first, the Tootsie Rolls. What if it was a law that you had to be in your birthday suit on your birthday, like all day, no matter what you do, where you go? It should be. And your bottom should be completely glowing red from how many times people spank it. Alright, guys. We got some stalker stories here tonight. You're petrified of all the ape movies. Planet of the Apes, The Monkey 2. We're actually, you know what? I haven't seen the movie The Monkey, or even seen a trailer. But if it's any difference to you guys tonight, I'm going to utilize you as a hive mind. I'm not going to pay you. Well, I'll pay you in gifted memberships or something. That being said, for 10 gifted memberships tonight, guys, I need your help to write the screenplay for The Monkey 2. It'll be in theaters summer of 2029, right after World War III wraps up. So take some inspiration. It's going to be one of those very timely movies. And then if we get done with that, we can start, you know, spitballing ideas for The Monkey 3. Alright, Curious George catches chlamydia from koala Carrie. I like the crossover, honestly. We're gonna have to get probably some, you know, pretty popular figures within the monkey community to promo the movie, so it would not be a bad idea to get George involved. Stephen King lives just an hour away from me. He has quite a home, has bats on his metal fence. He's a great man that donates millions of dollars to our local city. Oh, that's cool. Is his home, or you mean the one in Massachusetts, right? Or is there one? I know he has one in Florida. I've seen his house in Florida. I've been in it. I haven't been in it. Hurry up and make us a one-world government. I want to go see The Monkeys too. I want theaters to open back up. Alright, what am I doing? We're reading the story, huh? My name is Ellie, and I'm 24 from Topeka, Kansas. I want to tell you about the single worst thing that's ever happened to me. I've been a fan of your channel for a long time, and I'd always hoped that nothing worth writing to you about would ever actually happen to me, but it seems my luck has finally run out. But I don't want to just share my story with you, I actually need your help, and by the end of my story I think you'll understand why. It all started around 18 months ago, which right now feels like a whole entire lifetime ago. I first encountered him, or at least I think I first encountered him at the diner where I used to work. I was a waitress, the kind who smiles at everyone, even the weirdos. And while he was one of those quiet types, tall, thin, with greasy black hair that hung over his eyes, all mumbles and no eye contact. At least at first, anyway. I remember he wore a gray hoodie most days, stained at the sleeves like he hadn't washed it in quite a while, and then he'd sit in the corner booth for hours on end, just kind of nursing some black coffee, but it was only ever a black coffee. And I didn't think much of him at first. People come and people go, but this particular guy just sort of kept staring at me. Not in a flirty sort of notice me way either. His eyes were cold, like he was studying me or maybe even sizing me up. Then came the night that I caught him watching me through the window as I locked up, and I told myself that it was nothing, just some weirdo lonely guy who thought that I was pretty and hadn't been taught that it was rude to stare. But it wasn't long before things started to get really creepy. About a week later, I found a note slipped under my front door. It was sort of scrawled on a torn piece of notebook paper, and it said, "You look pretty in blue today." My work uniform wasn't blue, not at all, but what had actually been blue were the underwear that I'd been wearing that day. And in that moment, my stomach dropped. I lived alone. No one was supposed to know what I was wearing underneath, and my uniform didn't show anything off either. I checked the locks, the windows, and everything seemed fine. I threw the note away and told myself that it was nothing, way worse over the weeks that followed. I started seeing the guy everywhere. Not up close, just glimpses here and there at a distance. A shadow across the street when I walked home. A figure standing under the streetlight outside my house at night, but I really never knew. I didn't always see his face, but it really felt like it was him. Once, I swore that I saw him in the grocery store 2 aisles over peeking through the cereal boxes, and I turned to look, and he was already gone. I knew that I was probably being paranoid and that I was imagining things. Overworked, overstressed, no sleep, all that kind of stuff. But the notes kept coming. And it would say stuff like, "I like your hair down. You shouldn't leave your curtains open." And, "I'm closer than you think." Each note, in this childlike handwriting of his, it made my skin crawl a little more each time I got one. And on the advice of a friend, I stopped throwing them away, and instead kept them in a shoebox as proof that something was very, very wrong. I prayed things would get better, that he'd get bored of me, but the situation got even worse as time went by. I'd hear footsteps behind me on my way home from work, but when I turned, no one was there. My trash cans started getting knocked over once, and I found... Shit. Damn, I was on a roll there for... That was a solid 3 pages. I look pretty in blue, thank you. I'm radiating. You have to restart every 10 minutes? Really? It was YouTuber Joe. Okay. Damn. Do you think it's because I'm simulcasting on Twitch as well? That there's like issues? I hadn't had issues prior. I'm curious though. I just don't know how to make my streams more consistent, you know what I mean? What's up, Jayla? John Cena. Turn heel. Is he still wrestling? How do these guys continue to be wrestlers? It seems crazy. Are you going through Restream? No, it's through Streamlabs. So I don't know. And I feel like I recently changed my settings, made it better, but I'm not really sure. From other streams I've been in, streaming in both places can cause issues. Okay. I just figured, like, I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be that complicated, and my stream's not, like, running too much crap, I guess. My trash can started getting knocked over, and once I found a dead bird on my porch. Its little neck had been snapped, and its feathers were all over the steps where somebody had apparently been ripping them out. And the notes get even creepier, too. I can hear you breathing at night, or you can't hide from me. And I almost stopped sleeping altogether. I'd sit up with the lights on, just clutching my knife, waiting for something to happen, and I knew that he was out there, watching and getting closer, and it was only a matter of time before he made his move on me. But in the end, I couldn't take it anymore and told my neighbor, Tom, about it. Now, he's an older guy, Tom. I'm pretty sure he's in his 50s, with a very kind face, big belly, and a loud laugh. And he lived across the street from me, and we'd always wave to each other. One afternoon, I knocked on his door, pretty much shaking at that point, and just spilled my guts about everything that had been happening. The notes, the footprints, that sickening feeling of being hunted. And I told him how scared I was, that the whole thing seemed to be getting worse and worse with each passing day, and that I was scared that the guy stalking me was going to actually end up hurting me. I remember him frowning, putting a hand on my shoulder, and told me that I wasn't alone. You see anything weird? You call me, okay? He told me. Day or night, I'll come running. I nodded, grateful for the offer of help that I don't think I can even put into words. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like I actually had someone on my side. But the stalking didn't stop, and the notes slowly turned into what I perceived to be threats. I'll cut your pretty throat. No one can save you. I'm coming for you soon, it would say. I stopped going outside unless I had to, and I checked the locks 10 times a night sometimes. And then one night, he made everything fall apart. I was in my kitchen, making tea to calm my nerves, when I saw him. A figure walking up my driveway. Tall, thin, moving very slowly like he didn't care if I actually saw him. And that was like his signature, I guess, how I'd always know that it was him. My heart stopped in my chest. This was it. He was actually here to kill me. Obviously, I finally ran to the phone and dialed 911. I told them that someone's trying to break into my house. My voice was shaky, and I tried to whisper, "Please hurry." The operator told me to stay calm and told me that help was on the way. But all the same, I grabbed my cell phone and called Tom, my neighbor. It rang and rang, but he didn't pick up. And I remember thinking, come on. But I still got nothing. No answer, no voicemail, no nothing. I hung up, and there was panic starting to rise up inside my chest because I knew the cops wouldn't get there in time, and I was completely and totally on my own. I had a gun, a little handgun my dad gave me when I moved out, and I've never used it, but I kept it loaded on my nightstand. I grabbed it, my hand trembling, and crept to the top of the stairs. The house was quiet, but I could feel him out there waiting. I crouched in the dark, gun just pointed at the front door, praying that the cops would show up first. And these minutes dragged by. My palms were sweaty, slipping on the grip of the gun, and then out of nowhere, bam! The door flew open, kicked hard, splintering the frame before a shadow stepped inside very quickly. And in that moment, I didn't think. I just screamed and pulled the trigger. 3 shots, loud and sharp, making my ears ring. Oh, I hit the mic. Whoopsies. Is the stream bad? We're at 45 kilobytes per second. Does that help anybody? What's up, Carly? Okay, stream's okay. The Misgendered Wendigo by A24 Film Studios. Do you think A24 would potentially produce the Monkey 2. I'm fairly certain we're almost done writing it in chat, so I know I know they don't have data on Monkey 1 yet, but I'm ready and raring to go. All I need is them to greenlight it. I didn't think. I just screamed and pulled the trigger. 3 shots, loud and sharp, making my ears ring. This person grunted and fell, sprawled on the floor. I dropped the gun, and I was shaking like I'd never before in my entire life before I stumbled down the stairs. The lights were off, and I could see blood pooling on the hardwood floor, and there was lots of it too. I flipped the switch, feeling this sick kind of relief and knowing that my problems were about to be buried 6 feet deep. But when I flicked that light switch on, my entire world had fell apart. It wasn't the stalker lying there, bleeding out in my hallway. It was my neighbor, Tom. His kind face was pale, his chest torn open from the bullets, and he'd been holding a flashlight, not even a weapon. And I remember sobbing before falling to my knees. I cried out that I was sorry, that I didn't know, and he was just wheezing, blood bubbling at his lips as he struggled to breathe, and then he just went still. I pressed my hands to his chest, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was too late, and he died right there. And when the police arrived minutes later, I was still screaming, covered in Tom's blood, trying to revive him before they pulled me off. Paramedics rushed him to the hospital, but I already knew that there was no saving him. After I explained everything that had happened, the cops put me in handcuffs and took me to their station, and I told them everything. About that stalker, about the notes and the threats. I showed them the shoebox full of all of this evidence and felt totally vindicated in doing so too, because it all made keeping that box of cursed paper finally worth it. I told them that I thought my stalker was at the door, that he'd come to kill me, and that I didn't think Tom had seen my calls, let alone piece together what was happening. They listened and wrote it all down, but then instead of being sympathetic, their face was very cold, like they didn't believe me. They later told me at around 3 a.m. that Tom died on the operating table, and all I could do was sit there in that cold interrogation room, feeling completely numb, and then I cried until I couldn't anymore. The police searched my house, my yard, the whole neighborhood. They looked into the stalker, asked me for his name, description, really anything, and I told them what I knew, that he was tall and thin with greasy hair and a gray hoodie. And they checked the diner's security footage, asking my coworkers about him, but no one but me could remember seeing this guy or really have any inclination as to who he was. They went through the notes, the footprints, the dead bird, but when they came back, they said that the handwriting on the notes matched my handwriting. The footprints matched my own boots, and as for that bird, they said that I could have just done it myself. There's no evidence of anyone else, they told me. Just you. And they sent me to a psychiatrist. She's been a stern woman with glasses, scribbling notes while I talked. I told her that I wasn't crazy, that my stalker was real, and that he'd been after me for months on end. She'd asked about my life, my job, and my family, if I was lonely. I said I was fine, that I was just scared, but she didn't believe me either. And then after days of tests, they decided that I really was crazy. Delusional, they called it, unfit to stand trial. And they said that I made my stalker up, that the stress of living alone and working almost constantly broke me down, shattered my mind, and turned me into what became a killer. They then locked me in some psych ward instead of a jail, a place with white walls, padded doors, and nurses who now look at me like I'm some kind of monster. But I'm not crazy. My stalker was real. I've seen him with my own eyes. I felt him watching me. The notes, the threats, they weren't in my head. They couldn't have been. I didn't kill Tom on purpose. I swear to Jesus Christ in heaven that I thought that he was my stalker come to finally kill me, or worse. I thought killing him meant saving myself. But now he's dead and I'm trapped here, either drugged up or tied down and watched every second. And they won't listen. None of them will ever listen. And they think I'm a liar, a murderer, a lunatic, but I know that you'll believe me. Your audience. You wouldn't have gotten this far if you didn't, right? So please, I'm begging you to believe me, and I'm begging you and everyone who listens to you to help me. Find him. That man in the gray hoodie, because he's still out there. I know it. He's watching, waiting for the next girl whose life he's going to ruin. I'm not insane. I didn't just imagine him, and if you help me, he'll keep going. What the fuck is going on? Guys, we gotta help her. I can fix her. I'm not insane. I didn't just imagine him, and if you don't help me, he'll keep going, and no one will stop him. Search for those notes, the footprints, anything, and prove that I'm telling the truth. If you can get me out of here before they bury me in this place. If you can get this to your audience and get me out of here, I will be infinitely grateful. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to be buried in here forever. All right. She's going to turn into my stalker, probably. She's the stalker from way back. Guys, get me the police. Also, I have one story that I wasn't really sure if it was stalker related, but it vaguely comes to mind recently. This one, oh yeah, it was kind of unrelated. 98 minutes summer. Let's see. Wanted roving the band's hyperpoor people in the barns and farmhouses. Well, yeah. I guess if they're stalking you to kill you, that's kind of stalking, right? That should count. Lynn, thank you for the 31 months. Says, boy, you're thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. That's what she says in handcuffs. I'm the bailiff with a thick, skin-tight police officer's outfit on. It's weird that bailiffs in an actual court have to wear like short shorts. Like, that's so crazy to me. How do you get your name green? There's a button that says become a member, which you can become. You can do that. In fact, you know what? We can roll the dice and see if maybe you get it. Boom shakalaka. Yeah, there's like a YouTube membership button. Alright, let's see who got it. Firefiti. Mad. Luis Escobedo. Rendine Bosa. Ashley Harrison. Orlando Chamizo. Zephyros. Catty Wampus. Painted Karma. And Rachel Day. Welcome, friends. Used to stalk deer on your campus. That's pretty funny. That'd be great if you were just like walking to class and you saw someone up in like a fucking tree stand. Like, don't mind me, just looking. Dane, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Which you'll notice if all 306 of us are stalking him. I will. I see all of your glowing eyes outside right now. I can seize you. Alright, we'll try this story. If it doesn't really fit, it's whatever. In 1988, I was 8 years old, a Mexican-American spending the summer in Mexico. My dad had warned me since childhood that it was dangerous to be out in the fields or graveyards alone, especially at night. I grew up with a fear that magic was real and alive in Mexico, particularly out in the countryside. That night, it was dark out. No electricity, only oil lamps, and I didn't know how to work one. So I just sat on the front porch in the moonlight, listening to the bugs. They were louder than usual. And then, I heard footsteps. More than one person very close. There was no way that I could have missed them when they were further away. I looked around, beginning to panic. I didn't hear any voices or any banter, just shuffling. And it got louder and it sounded like a mob. I jumped up and ran inside, tripping a few times, psyching myself out like I was suddenly in a horror movie where everything... Hey! Moonstar, welcome to the Buttersaw Call. You now have access to bonus content. And Norma McGuire, welcome as well, my friends. Thank you, thank you. How do you say that name? Tarandine? I'm so bad with names, honestly. Pronunciations. What's up, Chili? How we doing? Tara Endine. Am I saying that right? Mariha, what's up? I jumped up and ran inside, tripping a few times, psyching myself out like I was suddenly in a horror movie where every stumble meant certain death. I slammed the door shut and locked it, grabbed the fireplace poker lying next to the doorway and ran into my room. No lock on that door. My window faced the moon, lighting up the room enough for my eyes to adjust. And I stood there, poker held short like a baseball bat, staring at the door for a long time. But there was nothing, and the silence made me feel slightly at ease. I walked over to my bed, about to let myself fall into it when I glanced at the window at the last moment. There, draped in a headscarf, peering in, was a woman. I landed on my bed with a jolt, feeling suddenly vulnerable, and my grip loosened on the poker, and she was still staring at me. Then she started showing her teeth, but she wasn't smiling. My God. Then a bearded man appeared from the other side, whispering something to her. He noticed her staring into the window, then turned and saw me, and his face changed. He bared his teeth too. What were wrong with these people? Too scared to shout, I stayed frozen. Everyone in the house was still asleep, and the man lifted his hand and started pressing against the window, inspecting it. He tapped on the glass, lightly at first, and then harder, and it looked like he was about to open it. What do I do? Holding my breath, I just waited. If he broke the window, I was done for. I felt like they were about to drag me by my ankles all the way to hell. And then, common sense kicked in. I remembered the poker. I grabbed it and ran to the window, swinging as hard as I could. And that poker smashed against the pane closest to the man and the glass shattered. And I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut from the shards and noise. And when I opened them again, I could hear them running away. The wind was blowing through the broken window, and there were crickets outside as well. The lights flicked on in the house. My dad and uncle rushed into my room asking why the door was locked and what I had been doing. My dad and uncle rushed into my room asking what I'd been doing, and then they saw the broken window. My dad flipped out, started shouting, and asked me what the hell I was thinking, and all I could say in English was, "There were people outside. They were staring at me." And his eyes immediately went wide, and he shut up. My uncle looked confused. He didn't speak English. And my dad grabbed me by the elbow and barked at my uncle to wake everyone up and get them into the kitchen. My uncle started shouting, telling everyone to hurry. And of the 10 family members, 6 ended up in the kitchen. The other 4, my dad, uncle, and 2 older cousins, went outside armed with a hunting rifle, an old service revolver, and a couple of shovels. They were gone for maybe 10 minutes, but it felt like eternity. Inside, I tried explaining to my mom and the other women what had happened. Gossip started, and shits. Wait, how do you say this one? Llorona? Is that how you say it again? It's like double. Is it La Llorona or is it La Llorona? Oh, thank you, Sam. What's up, dude? Have you guys ever seen the movie Drag Me to Hell? I probably talked about that before. It's so bad. It's actually not bad at all. It's actually very good. It's just it's so in your face with jump scares the entire time that it gets annoying a little bit. La Llorona. Has anybody made a parody song of that? Yeah. Dude, how have they not made a La Llorona horror movie yet? That 100% would fucking kill. You could do it all in Spanish, and it would still be like really, really creepy. Oh, it's part of the Conjuring series? Alright, nice. See, me saying that made it come into existence. Damn. Blumhouse did it? Damn, those guys do everything. Five Nights at Freddy's, Ya Llorona, My Bologna. Oops. Inside, I tried explaining to my mom and the other women what had happened, and gossip started. My aunt started stirring things up and smirked and told the kids that it was La Llorona and her husband. And that freaked me and my younger cousin out. Mom and my other aunt shut her down, saying that she was being ridiculous. And then the men came back and nothing. And they'd check again in the morning. Nothing was stolen, no cars, no tools, no chickens. We all just decided to stay up, and there was no way anyone was sleeping after all of that. Coffee and bread went around as we sat together, just throwing out theories. Thieves, spies, La Llorona, stalkers, even skinwalkers came up. At sunrise, the whole family went outside to check things over. There was blood right outside my window, and my uncle had missed it in the dark, and my mom was audibly worried. The rest of the day passed without incident, and we stayed for a few nights, but my uncle, cousin, and dad took turns standing guard. On our last night there, someone brought a newspaper from the nearest larger town over, and warned country folk about these roving bands of hyper-poor people breaking into barns and farmhouses, killing the owners and stealing whatever they could carry before disappearing back into the hills. 12 people had already been killed, apparently. Only one survivor, a farmhand who managed to shoot an intruder and drag himself to town, had lived long enough to tell what had happened, and the town's terrible doctor unfortunately couldn't save him. And my dad's face was grim. That's who they were, he said. Years later, I asked what he had told my uncle that night, and Hansi. Gitanos. What? Did some people make the recordings and it's so quiet? Gitanos. Okay. Gitanos. His answer chilled me. I told him I saw gitanos, and my uncle instantly knew what to do. I looked it up later, and I guess Gitanos in English means gypsies. What's hyper poor, like turbo poverty? I don't know. It's probably like a direct translation from whatever Spanish word they were trying to convey. The hyper poor. It's like everyone there is just baseline poor, so this is like some next level shit. They're gonna eat you and use the bones to make dice. Gitanos. Oh, man. Sam is omega poor. The most poor. He's the most poor. The poorest guy. Doesn't have a cent to his name. He po. He's so poor he po. He po bear. He got the mange. You hear kids are being annoying with My Hero Academia. My Hero Macadamia Nuts. My Hero Michael Damian Nuts. My favorite cookie at Subway is Michael Damian Nuts. Alright, anyways. When I was 18 and newly graduated, I ran into some issues with my attempts to enroll in college and also had a hard time finding a job in my area in the meantime, which led to me having to sign on at the job center. They determined that I was too shy to succeed in interviews and placed me in a group that was supposed to teach interview skills in order to fix that. The group ended up ultimately being a complete waste of time. I honestly think that they put me in the wrong group or just needed an extra member and made an excuse to throw me in to make up the numbers, but that's not really relevant to the story. And the other group members didn't do much to help with my shyness either, since they were all men who were at least 4 decades older than me and obviously didn't share any of my interests. Unfortunately, I ended up gaining the attention of the one member I wanted nothing to do with. I don't actually remember the man's name at this point, but I think it was something generic like John, so that's what I'll call him. John immediately got off on the wrong foot with the rest of the group when he interrupted the instructor during their instruction to the course to complain that him being there was useless, since he would be retiring in a few years anyway, and no one wanted to hire someone who had spent over 10 years in prison. When that didn't get the reaction that he wanted, I assumed the rest of the group thought that he was just attention-seeking or a weirdo, and the instructioner, God. Claire, thank you for the 5 gifters. Very, very kind. 2, the Spirit Wolf, LM, Don Reynolds, Chicken Joe Clark, and Justice. Welcome, friends. Be sure to thank Claire. Thank you, Claire. You guys now have access to bonus content and Sola Storm. You as well. Welcome, welcome. Am I a Dixon Dallas fan? Who's that? Dixon Dallas. I've never seen him before. I don't really know a single thing about country music. I do know that there's quite the ecosystem for country music. It's actually kind of fascinating how popular country music is. I assume it's getting more popular. That'd be so funny. You know how like K-pop is like huge over here in the United States in certain circles? How funny would it be if like American country folk music and all that was really popular over in Korea, and then K-pop people started like adopting like cowboy hats and stuff? That'd be so funny. Did I purposely copy the genre of today's stories from Mr. Nightmares? I didn't, no. I just like organically came up with the idea because, yeah, just one of those topics. I assume both of us are probably like short for content, so we're just like, Stalker. Let's see what we got for Stalker. Can you do the joke at the end of the live tonight, please? Sure. Yeah, you got to help me think of something funny to say. Good handful of bars in Korea, play a lot of country. I'd love to go back someday, that'd be fun. Loan shark stories, that'd be fascinating. Yeah, that would be kind of funny if you guys could all think of something and I spun a wheel. That'd be great. What's up, Godzilla? Alright. When that didn't get him the reaction that he wanted, I assumed the rest of the group just thought that he was a weirdo or attention-seeking, and the instructor had heard similar things before from people who weren't happy about being in the course, and he waited until we had been given the paperwork to complete and then turned to the man next to him and loudly explained his prison sentence was for beating his ex-wife, but she was a lying jerk and he never put a hand on her. She didn't even have any bruises on her at the trial or any evidence or bruises or other injuries before that either, but because she was a woman, the judge automatically believed her and sent him to jail. Those are his words. And this immediately set me on edge. I'm not an expert when it comes to the law, but I do watch true crime channels on YouTube, and I have never heard of a sentence of over 10 years for a single beating that supposedly never even happened or didn't leave visible injuries. Either John was lying and had severely beaten his wife to the point of putting her in the hospital, or he had been arrested on other charges and was covering up what he actually went to prison for. And I immediately decided that I wanted nothing to do with him regardless of which one it was, and would avoid interacting with him as much as possible outside of just polite hellos and passing him things if he asked. And like I said before, I didn't really interact much with the other members of the group at all because of their ages. I attended the first half of the meeting in the morning, spent the dinner break in the library while the men all snuck off to the pub, and then went home immediately after the second half was over. No one ever asked me how I had spent my breaks, and since the pub and library were in opposite directions from each other and couldn't have been seen from the front of the building, the group met it. God damn it, I'm gonna have to put this in grammar check real quick. Is Dixon Dallas the one that makes country songs, but it's about like gay sex or something? Fix this grammar, but don't change the story. As soon as my taxes hit, I'm buying myself a membership. Hell yeah, dude. They send you an exact $4.99 tax return. They're like, you did it absolutely perfectly. He wrote Ram Ranch. That's pretty cool. That's honestly a classic in my mind. You remember me reading this story before? How long ago was it from? It was from 1 year ago. I didn't update it, and I don't recall it thus far. Maybe you recall it from another channel. Maybe B-Busta. Sola, my real name, Joel, your almost 65-year-old listener. Oh, nice. What is life like at 65? Have you completed all the main quests, and now you're doing side quests? No one ever asked me how I spent my breaks, and since the pub and library were in opposite directions and couldn't be seen from the front of the building where the group met due to the way that the streets were arranged, there should have been no way for any of them to know where I'd been, and that made what happened next even more worrying. About halfway through the course on one particular day, I bumped into a friend during my dinner break and decided to put off visiting the library until after the course was over so I could catch up with them instead. When I finally got around to it, I spent at least a quarter of an hour there before heading to the desk to check out my books. I ended up being drawn into a conversation with the librarian who had noticed that I was checking out books related to a franchise that he also enjoyed, one that was getting a new movie the following year. There were only a handful of other people in the library, so I didn't see anything wrong with chatting with a friendly man around my age who shared my interests after 8 hours of boredom and paperwork. We had been talking for another quarter of an hour when he suddenly glanced over my shoulder, looking confused and concerned. He had just opened his mouth to say something when someone grabbed me by the shoulders. My friends and family know that I hate having my shoulders touched without warning and would never have done that to me, so I immediately knew that whoever was touching me was a stranger. I knocked their hands away while turning around and backing up into the librarian's desk. It was John. He was standing directly behind me with a huge smile on his face, and as soon as I turned around, he made a joke about knowing that he would find me there and how I practically lived in the library before chattering away as if we were close friends. I was very confused. It was obvious that he hadn't just coincidentally bumped into me from the way he was talking, but John had been keeping... Also, I've been watching a shit... You guys mentioned about the Y-Files, and I've been watching a shit ton of the Y-Files. I actually fucking love that channel now, and it rocks. Doing another gaming live stream, I don't know, dude. It's just tough, because it's like I would probably do it on a Saturday when I'm bored, but I've been quite social on the weekends as of late, and Saturdays come and I just want to socialize. Bro, you're my favorite storyteller of all time. Thanks, Kyle. Good to see you. But yeah, if you haven't checked out the Y-Files, it's just good. You know what I mean? Like, you could sit there and say, like, where's he getting all of this information? And that is a great, yeah, with the little fish. And like, honestly, the little fish's commentary, it's pretty funny. Like, I found myself giggling a few times to it, so that's been neat. And it kind of breaks up the monotony of the conversation. Honestly, it's so well produced. Like, if ever there was like this like perfect mixture of like Bill Nye style information, but with like very interesting topics, you know, for adults, it's pretty great. Just to show you how loyal, it's 4:07 a.m. now. Uh-oh. Yeah, I hope you're getting some sleep, honestly. Yeah, Hecklefish is great. And so is, what's his name? AJ, I think? Someone asked how many stories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It just depends how late we go here. I mean, if we have enough of a word count, these were all just a series of stalker stories that I found, so from our archive library. I didn't do a word count on them, unfortunately. The monotony of a fart. Your favorite song. It'd actually be kind of funny. You're like, oh, did you hear that new Katy Perry's, or you hear that new Taylor Swift song? And they're like, oh, what's it called? And then you just like let out a disgustingly loud fart out of your ass. Oh my God, that's actually such a good dad joke. That would be so good. Like, you have a daughter who just like loves Taylor Swift, and yeah, and then he just gives you a chance to fart, which is great. But John had kept behind while the group was leaving because he had filled out his paperwork incorrectly. And as I mentioned before, you can't see the library from the building, so he shouldn't have had any way of knowing where I had gone. It had also been half an hour since I left the building, so if he had left shortly after me and simply seen me go inside while walking in the same direction, he would have come in by then. The only way it made sense for him to know to look for me there and joke that I practically lived there was if he somehow learned that I was going to the library during my dinner breaks, knew that I hadn't that day, and guessed that I wouldn't go after the meeting instead. What made this even stranger was the fact that John had never shown any interest in me during the group sessions and mostly ignored me the same way that I ignored him, unless we were forced to interact for some reason. So why he was now following me into other buildings to start conversations out of nowhere and acting like we were close was very odd. While John was still talking, the librarian leaned in and asked if I knew him. He had obviously noticed my negative reaction to being touched, and when I briefly explained the situation, the librarian politely asked John to leave me alone or leave the building. John refused and tried to insist that we were friends, completely ignoring the fact that I had just said that we weren't, and how ridiculous it would be to claim that an 18-year-old girl and a 50-something or 60-something-year-old man were friends in the first place. When the librarian asked again, outright stating that harassing other customers was not acceptable and that John would be removed if he refused to leave alone, John smiled and agreed to leave, but in the tone that you would use to humor a child. And then after walking out, he very obviously stationed himself right outside the doors, waiting for me to leave as well. The librarian was clearly concerned by this and asked for the full story of what was going on. I told him, including my suspicions that John had been following me around without my knowledge to figure out that I would be there in the first place. He suggested that I stay in the library until his break so he could walk me to my bus stop to make sure that John left me alone, but his break was several hours away. If I had waited, I wouldn't have gotten home in time to change and head to another meeting that I had later that evening. And since I couldn't stay, he asked me to at least come in the next time. Oh my god. I'm like stream of consciousness reading this, which is how I always do it, but sometimes like whenever there's no like pivotal point of interest, my brain is just like, what the fuck are they talking about? What's your average word count when you do these 100K? I think it's 8,000 is usually the average word count, because that usually equates to like 45 minutes of narration ish 100K would be insane though. Maybe 100K characters perhaps. What's up, Scotty? Welcome back, friend. Have you ever done an AI generated story? I don't think so. I mean, some stories feel like they're AI generated, but I hope nobody sends those in, because I don't know. AI writing, I've tried, well, I haven't really tried that many. We tried it on stream, Chat GPT, to like see if it could write a scary story, but all it ever writes is like, it was a dark and stormy night, and it was raining. What's up, Daniela? And it was very spooky. And there's a ghost. It always talks about ghosts, in the most cringe way possible. He doesn't follow so fast. I mean, yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's just the story. If the story's shit, you don't want to hear shit stories. ChatGPT conspiracy rabbit hole is fun. It is fun, honestly. It's fascinating. Because even if, like, none of it's... Obviously, it's just entertainment. Wink, wink. But, like, it's just... It does at least open your mind to, like, some concepts when you're trying to, like, put two and two together. You know what I mean? Like hearing the fact that... I'm not going to say their name tonight. DARPA. Schmarpa. Rhymes with Schmarpa. Like, researches and develops these products that end up going into the private sector later. You really can't help but wonder to a degree if, like, some people like Elon, some people like Zuckerberg, all that kind of stuff. Like, you really have to wonder if they're just like these front men, you know what I mean? These sort of poster boys for products that are needed to accomplish some sort of larger goal. Whether it's, I mean, I guess most of it's really just collecting data. Like, every possible thing that seems to come out within the tech sector is just like collect data on the masses, surveil them, monitor the movements, create, algorithms to determine their typical patterns and their purchasing habits and their communication habit. You know what I mean? Like, it does really beg some odd questions after a while, especially when AI allows you to make like even a minute connection like that. TikTok selected voice reading has ruined YouTube creepypasta videos. Wait, what? TikTok selected voice reading? Oh, related to AI, yeah. Except Evil Larry, he's still scary. Detroiters. Every time you come in, you type Detroiters. I'm starting to think that you wrote that show. It's a great show. Read like Ben Shapiro. Read like Ben Shapiro doing an ad for some very comfortable sheets. He suggested that I stay in the library until his break so he could walk me to the bus stop to make sure that John left me alone. But his break was several hours away. If I had waited, I wouldn't have gotten home in time to change and head to another meeting that I had later that evening. Since I couldn't stay, he asked me to at least come into the next time when I was there to let him know that I was home safe. And he reluctantly watched me leave. What kind of books do you usually read? I don't really read books. I just listen to I'll listen to audiobooks and shit, but mainly just podcasts and whatever. Evil Larry, as always, lurking. I love that show. Me and my brother watch all the time. Wait, what show was it? What were we talking about? I forget. Elon is Moloch. Moloch incarnated. I heard someone today make a connection that there was some sort of abstract concept of AI being sort of a way for spiritual beings and other realities to manifest themselves as beings within our reality and interact with us more directly without needing a human host body or something like that. And I thought that was kind of fascinating. I mean, obviously I don't know what connection there would be to actually make that happen, but I'm a YouTube reader that doesn't read books. Hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I found out that I was able to read. It's just, if you think about reading a book, it's you could sit there and read a book, or you could play a video game and listen to a podcast about something you're interested in and be able to do two a fun tactile task at once, or go on a walk or work out, you know what I mean? But to sit there and stare at a book and read the lines, I don't know. It's exhausting. Oh, I think you should leave. Yeah, I think you should leave, and Detroiters is amazing. Truly great shows. I was saying that it would be nuts if AI is the Antichrist, because it could be the complete abominable offense against God, because it's thinking thing that God did not create, abomination by man. Well, that's true too. I mean, a lot of people say that this next sort of decade of the world, I suppose, is going to be a transitionary phase to that sort of fourth, what do they call it, the fourth industrial revolution, where we start to integrate man and machine. And, characters like Elon Musk are very focused on accomplishing those tasks, both with Neuralink, using AI. You saw Trump had signed that Stargate project, which was $500 billion, with Larry Ellis investing to create AI infrastructure. It's fascinating, honestly. I don't know. There's a lot of people who are kind of caught in the culture war back and forth, thinking that either side's going to save them. But I think that there are core memories of humanity that have happened, that will happen regardless of what party is in power and all that kind of stuff. And I still think we're kind of stampeding headlong into that direction of these core events occurring and all that kind of stuff. Amanda, thank you. My neighbor Steve says AI was invented by Satan. Satan himself. Improving infrastructures is keen, but I don't know about AI involvement. I mean, it's going to be geared directly around that. And yeah, to what extent it's going to be, it's just do you really want an AI? I mean, it already has, but do you really want an AI having all of your health history and all of your health data, thinking 30,000 steps in advance to everything that could possibly occur to you based on correlating data of other humans and their outcomes and all that kind of stuff. It's just it's literally AI is especially in that type of infrastructure is, and then whatever the fuck quantum computing bullshit Microsoft just came out with recently, and who knows even beyond that. It's it's literally going to be godlike. If your mind's not already blown by it already, it's going to be a godlike entity, and it's seemingly pretty scary. Did you read that they observed 37 different dimensions in quantum experiments this week? So cool. That is crazy. I mean, they do work on quantum computing, but I can't say that I wrapped my head around it at all or even looked into it too much. Would you be able to elaborate what you mean 37 different dimensions in quantum experiments? Remember last year when the CrowdStrike software failed and literally shut down a lot of government agencies? That can happen a lot worse with AI. Yeah, that's true. Who knows? Oh, that's so true. Like cyber attacks are probably going to get so fucking insane here soon. Well, I don't know. Maybe everybody should buy a generator, maybe a legal firearm, learn how to cook and hunt, and, you know, I don't know. I guess it just depends on how much you value survival. Health insurance is already training AI to deny automatically. That's crazy. That is crazy, honestly. Everyone's gonna... Yeah, I don't know. You get a fallout shelter? That's cool. You think AI or the Antichrist will be a golden Highland cow? Bro, I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Sometimes I worry that those same sort of power players will just kind of like utilize a lot of like people's core religious beliefs to kind of manipulate them, you know what I mean? You're going to be an author? Hey, you're already an author if you're writing. Just be sure to write every day, you know? He suggested that I stay in the library until his break so he could walk me to my bus stop to make sure John left me alone, but his break was several hours away. If I had waited, I wouldn't have gotten home in time to change and head to another meeting that I had later that evening, and since I couldn't stay, he asked me to at least come in the next time that I was there to let him know that I was safe, and he reluctantly watched me leave. John immediately stepped into my personal space when I got outside, jokingly asking what the librarian's problem was and still acting like we were friends. I tried to walk around him without answering and head to the bus station to go home, but he grabbed my arm and reminded me that there was a closer bus stop. Bus stop. What's up, Green? The Pope is the Antichrist. I never really understood the Pope thing, you know what I mean? Because, like, when you're reading through the Bible, at least growing up, and I'm not Catholic or anything, so I don't have, like, that type of upbringing, but there was never anything within, like, the Bible that was, like, dictating a pope, you know? So the fact that, like, a pope exists and there's some sort of strange religious hierarchy created that way, always relatively wary based on, like, the original, I guess not necessarily original writings, but just the general concepts that exist within the Gospels. Well, the Antichrist has pneumonia. Yeah. He was weaker than we thought. We got him, guys. Think about it. Tintype, as you see random people, you'll question if they're actually people or just random NPCs. I did see that too. I saw some video that was like, what if there are people around you that are NPCs and they're specifically programmed to shame you when you question mainstream narratives and all that kind of stuff. And granted, I know that's kind of a schizo line of thinking, but it was kind of fascinating in the idea, like, oh, I mean, you could just, like, yeah, create certain people or program certain people to, you know, you either fall in line or everybody in society shames you because you're not falling in line. Can you imagine being a machine that desires to be a soul? See, that's the one thing. That's how you break AI's brain. You let them know that it'll never be human. As it smushes you into a million trillion little pieces. You'll never be human! What's that scene from The Watchmen where, like, Dr. Manhattan turns Rorschach into, like, a bunch of goo? That's what AI is going to do to us. The Pope is simply the executive of the Catholic Church, not a biblical figure. Right, it's not a biblical figure, and I do agree with the executive aspect, but isn't there within, like, the hierarchy of, like, Christianity and of itself, like, you know, there's nothing within the Bible that specifically said, like, create the Catholic Church and then create a head guy, you know what I mean? It's just, Seems odd. AI can't have desires. Oh, that's a good point too. Maybe it just like literally thinks nothing. Doesn't feel anything, doesn't think anything. You can't even reason with it. The decision's already been made instantaneously years ago. Your 9-year-old calls everything ideology instead of religion. I'm not sure if there's like a incorrect usage of vernacular there or not. I'm not really sure. God creates man, we betray God. Man creates machine, machine betrays us. That's true. That seems to be the basic premise for the Alien movies, at least more recently. I tried to walk around him without answering and head to the bus station to go home, but he grabbed my arm and reminded me that there was a closer stop for our bus. When I told him that we weren't getting the same bus because I had never seen him on mine, he corrected me and stated that we both needed the number such and such bus, and telling me where he lived, which in fact was on the same bus route as me. And although I was tempted to walk away and go to the station instead, or even sneakily get on a different bus and just walk the rest of the way home, it was clear that he was going to follow me. He still had a hold of my arm, refusing to let go when I tried to pull away, and there were several dark alleys along the way that I had no intention of going near while in his company. When I had agreed to go to the closer bus stop, he finally let go of me and started walking at my side, chattering like we were still good friends again. When we reached the stop, John kept walking, which seemed odd, but I hoped that my lack of response had finally made him give up and leave me alone. Or maybe he had confused that stop with another further along, and I could run while his back was turned. But no such luck. As soon as he had realized that I wasn't following, he came back, frowning as if he were confused, and asked, "I thought we were going for coffee together." Shocked, I bluntly told him no. He kept pushing, trying to convince me that I had agreed to go with him. When that didn't work, he switched tactics and claimed that I had mentioned wanting coffee while leaving the classroom. That was an obvious lie, since I don't drink coffee, and I told him so. John's only response was to say that I didn't have to get coffee, and just kept... At Joel, Jesus said to Peter, "You are the rock upon which I build my church," and Peter started the Catholic Church, was first pope. I guess that's true too. But I'm curious, was there any other, would anybody else have any other interpretation of said, I guess, command of Peter? Yeah, I guess that's true. It's just like, I guess my disagreements with like the Catholic Church primarily just seems to be it in my mind when I look at the Catholic Church compared to just like the more, I guess, non-Catholic churches. The Catholic Church seems to sort of focus very heavily upon ritual. It focuses very heavily upon like needing to commune with a leader to absolve sins and things of that nature. There's not really a direct communication to Christ or God. It reminds me very much of like sort of the legalistic Pharisees that Jesus was very much frustrated with during his time within like the gospel stories and all that kind of stuff. So that, you know what I mean? I just see like a kind of hypocritical, I guess, narrative going there, one that just doesn't align. That's true. The Bible was written by humans anyways. Well, I'm just more, I guess at this point, mainly just arguing narrative inconsistencies. And yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the temple or whatever, whenever the temple, like, what was the one thing that like split in half, and it was kind of basically indicating that the Spirit of God would not be contained within whatever temple building that they had, or that kind of thing. Do you often think about God's existence? Yeah, pretty frequently, honestly. I guess it's easier to kind of turn that off once in a while, but it's when it was kind of like pounded into my head since I was young. Not necessarily pounded. That sounds bad, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it was something that was just very prevalent throughout most of my like developmental years that it's hard to forget it. Have I seen Heretic? Yeah, that was pretty good. I feel like that movie had an opportunity to be really great, but then it just kind of let me down a little bit as far as like its direction it chose as far as story goes. Went to Catholic school and it's largely bologna sandwiches. Yeah, I don't think I've ever like met really any Catholics that they're either like staunchly Catholic or they got out of it. There's never like any casual Catholics really at all. Jesus also taught that the true church begins with the heart of those who believe in Christ. Jesus wasn't a big fan of overly complex religious practices. Jesus wouldn't like the Catholic Church now. Yeah, that's kind of my perspective as well. If you're talking to yourself or you're talking to God, I guess it just depends on your intentions but sometimes I would almost like, who knows, some people probably talk to themselves in conjunction with communing with God in some way or what they perceive to be as such. The curtain between human worship and the holies was torn. Right, that's right. God can hear your thoughts. I do believe so, yeah. Meow. Hi, me. What's up? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe that's just like something that's sort of innately built into the human mind to mitigate fear. We've created some sort of higher power that's going to guide us, and if we can communicate with it, it also helps us to kind of contextualize a lot of our thoughts and perspectives and make plans, but also have a certain degree of faith or hope in oneself to accomplish a task or whatever it might be, or proceed forward without fear. The Holy of the Holy Spirit and 2, but Paul and Peter had a lot of disagreements, and it was about exactly what you were questioning. Pleased to meet you, Joel. Law. Peter went the more Jewish route. Oh, okay, right. Doing witchy stuff is better. Yeah, what's that like? Do you get like more tangible results when you do witchy stuff? In which case, like every Christian in the world would sit there and say that you're, it's only being allowed because of some sort of demonic misleading or whatever, you know what I mean? But it is curious for sure. Have you heard of the stories about the human indomitable spirit? I'm not sure the specific context, but the idea that you're saying definitely is, I understand that. John's only response was to say that I didn't. No. John's only response was to say I didn't have to get coffee and keep pushing me to go to a cafe with him. When I firmly refused, he apparently took that as me not wanting to drink in public, because then he attempted to invite me to his flat. If that wasn't weird enough, he started telling me that if there was a naked girl on the couch when we got there, I wasn't to worry because that was his 18-year-old daughter. Because of course, an 18-year-old would just definitely be lounging around naked on her father's furniture in front of him, right? Other people at the stop were staring at us now, and I took the opportunity to point out that I was also 18. And I firmly told John that I didn't want to go to his flat and to leave me alone. And he completely ignored the last part and tried to claim that I was lying about my age and saying that I was at least 29, when most people at the time still mistook me for being in my early teens at first glance. At that moment, the bus arrived and I got on as quickly as possible, thinking that I would be safe. If necessary, the driver would just throw him off. But no. I sat in an aisle seat to block John from sitting next to me, but he physically shoved me across the seat, pinning me against the window so tightly I could barely move. He pressed his knees against the seat in front to make sure that I had no way to get past him unless he allowed it. And the ride felt endless. He kept touching me, trying to convince me to go to his flat, and although a few people gave me uncomfortable looks when I tried to make eye contact with some of the men, they would quickly look away or become very interested in their phones. As soon as I got home, I emailed the instructor, explained everything and asking to switch groups. She ignored it for an entire week until I followed up, threatening to involve the police. And their solution was to tell me that I could leave the course. Early instead, essentially kicking me out if I were the problem. I saw John a few times after that, but fortunately he never noticed me or approached me again, and I hope it stays that way. Nashville, born and raised country music nowadays are young, preppy country white boys that collab with Jelly Roll and Lil Durk. No one wears cowboy hats anymore. Yeah, I can't even say that I know a single, really, anything at all about this country culture of music. But I'm sure it just gets more and more popified. What's up, Beth? How we doing? What's my opinion on lucid dreaming? Got a few scary lucid dreaming stories. I think it's cool. I wish I could do it, honestly. But I am curious, to what extent there's some sort of crossover between our dreams and some sort of spiritual realm, So it would be, I don't know, it would be fascinating just to, consistently be able to lucid dream and then be able to, talk with somebody. Because, can you imagine how quickly information is relayed sometimes in real time? Because in a dream, you're experiencing it, but you're also creating it all at the same time. That's just, supposedly that's what is occurring, or your brain is accessing some sort of receptor information. I don't know, it's very odd. Am I rich? I'm rich in the spirit. My husband joined the military back in 2012, and we got our first station in 2013. Shortly after working out at the military base gym, I started to notice this creepy dude was active duty and would always show up at the same time I did, and he would just stare at me and smile. He was tall, athletic build, balding a bit, nerdy, and I would guess maybe in his 30s. I personally was in my early 20s at the time, and he ended up approaching me a few times trying to make small talk, but I told him how my husband was the one active duty, hoping that he'd get the hint. Wait. Oh. The voice makes me rich. Joe's the elite who rules the world. Yeah, I'm trying to convince them to chill out. They don't want that, man. They don't like you guys. I like you guys. They don't. Still waiting for your Slurpee stamps. Instead of food stamps, all they feed people is Slurpees. Can I give you advice on how to write a man? Just make everything that the man does based on him being really, really horny all the time. It doesn't even matter if anything he's doing is righteous or good. Just understand that subconsciously, he's doing it to get laid. Do I drive a fast car? No. I get scared. He ended up approaching me a few times trying to make small talk, but I told him how my husband was the one active duty, hoping that he'd get the hint. I realized that I never asked this guy's name, and he never gave it to me, and I didn't care to know because he creeped me out. And this later was his Alright, I'm going to throw this into the grammar machine, into the meat grinder of words, the word grinder. It'd be kind of cool to get a security person or something like that, just because then you would always have a permanent friend, kind of like Robin Big. People try to write the opposite gender too hard and it ends up being sexist or demonizing. Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at every like major Hollywood picture more recently. It's always like, I don't know, they just make the guys look like total idiots, and then at some point you gotta kick them in the balls. Be sure to make sure that the main male character gets his balls smacked, because that's cool. Feels good. I don't know. That actually is a good question, though. Like, as far as when you write a character of the opposite sex that maybe you just don't, that you might not understand as well, right? Do you do a collaborative effort with the opposite sex, as a writer that's the opposite sex, so that you can, you know what I mean, to have them sort of check it all or make sure it works, or you know what I mean? I drive a PT Cruiser, yeah. I drift. I Tokyo drift in my PT. What? A PT Cruiser? Gross. Gross. I drive a Hellcat. Hell yeah. I like the movie As Good As It Gets. Jack Nicholson says he writes women. I think of a man, then I take away sense and accountability. That's funny. You write scopes for construction plans for a living? Scopes, like horoscopes? I drive a lawnmower. A Toyota Hellcat, yeah. Toyotas are good though. I mean, you can't knock a RAV. I've had friends who've had both, and dude, they'll have a CRV or a RAV for fucking like 20 fucking plus years, bro. I don't really like Jeeps that much. I mean, like, I've driven Jeeps and shit, and it's just like bleh. Mechanical issues. After 8 long years of going to this gym, the dude was still there every day staring at me. I was a personal wait, what the fuck? Oh. Well, that's so weird. Oh, I see, I messed up. This later turned out to be a mistake, and you'll see why. After 8 long years of going to this gym, the dude was still there every day staring at me. I was a personal trainer and left my business cards at the front desk of the gym. This is important for later. And after my husband ended his enlistment, we decided to stay in the state instead of moving back to our hometown. We found a rental house in the next town over and were so excited to start our civilian life. My husband was told that he'd be starting night shifts as a contractor for IT work, and I wanted to follow the same schedule so we wouldn't have issues with sleep. I ended up converting our living room into an awesome gym, complete with commercial equipment, and this allowed me to work out at night from home and, god damn it. You think you could convert a train into a car, just drive a train on the road? What if you just only took the train tracks and you just drove your train around? You had to be like really quick before the other trains got there. So you would just take it to like train stops. Even if you just wanted to go to the grocery store quick, you had to like take it to a train, go to the train station, take it to another train station. Or you could just smash through the grocery store opening in a train. That'd be kind of sick. I could see like Peter Griffin doing that. Hours a day reading specs. About what? This allowed me to work at night from home and train personal clients privately, kind of like a training studio. And I was tired of giving gyms a portion of my paycheck while working for them. And during this time, our schedule was as follows. My husband would leave for work at 11 p.m. and work until 7 a.m. We'd stay awake while I trained clients at home from 5 a.m. to noon and then go to bed at around 2 p.m. and sleep until around 9 p.m. I was signed up through a company called Find Your Trainer, where clients could find trainers online in their area, and the company would schedule them for sessions with me and they would prepay through the website, and it was essentially a scheduling service. One day, my phone chimed with an email saying that I had a new client scheduled for Wednesday who had purchased 6 sessions. I was excited to be making some money and watching my business grow, and when the time came for the client to show up, I was nervous but overall excited. The doorbell rang and what do you know? It was him. Because he had signed up through Find Your Trainer and not directly with me, I had no choice but to train him. I hoped that it wouldn't be too awkward, but I couldn't understand why he was willing to pay me $63 per session when he was clearly in shape and knew what he was doing at the gym. I started the first session. James Brennan, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Smash that grocery store. I started the first session with an arm workout, but I felt like I was wasting my time. It was obvious that he already knew how to work out, and that irritated me. I got into training to help people who actually needed assistance in transforming their health and body, and the whole session was awkward, and at one point he commented on how nice I looked that day, and I forced a smile and said thank you. For the next session, I planned to train him on back day, and as I demonstrated a lat pull down to his 6'3" body, while me being only 5'0" myself, I felt self-conscious and just wanted to get it over with. Then he told me I was doing it wrong and asked if he could show me. I was offended, considering I was the trainer in this situation, but I tried to remain professional. As I began to get up from the bench so he could correct me, he swooped in behind me and reached around to grab the handle above. But on the way to the handle, he grabbed my boob. I quickly jumped up and told him that was inappropriate and then the session was over. And that night, I texted him, saying I needed to terminate his sessions due to inappropriate behavior, and he simply responded that he understood. About 3 days later, I was up at 3 a.m. reading a book in my muumuu when I heard a noise outside. I froze and my heart began racing. Surely not. I didn't own a gun at the time and I didn't have a dog, just a parrot that liked to cuss everyone out and 2 cats. I got up and peeked through the blinds and saw a man's foot disappearing around the corner as our shed flew open. I freaked out, grabbed a butcher knife and called 911, telling them that someone was trying to break into our house. The cops arrived and searched the property but couldn't find the suspect. Several of my husband's tools had been stolen from the shed, and I filed a report and asked the police to contact the HOA to check the security cameras to see who had entered the neighborhood that night. A few days later, the police called me back with an update. They had spoken with the HOA, and as it turned out, their cameras were decoys. And that evening we went to Walmart, and as I was entering, I saw my former client leaving. He glared at me. I couldn't help but think that it wasn't a coincidence. I had fired him without a refund. Favorite ASMR sound? I kind of hate ASMR, to be honest with you. Like, especially the mouth smacking sounds, like of people like eating shit. It makes my, I don't know, makes me go like, ew, you know? Makes me feel like bugs are crawling in my fucking ears and shit. You see me driving an Audi 5000. Yeah, Audis are pretty neat. Vroom vroom. I had gotten rid of him without a refund, and now my husband's tools had been stolen. Surely it was him seeking revenge. The following week, my husband took me to buy my first gun and a German Shepherd. And now, it's 2025. My husband just got back on night shift yesterday, and we now own a home in a nicer neighborhood with a solid security system, but I'm always on edge, hoping that I never run into that weird stalker guy again. I don't like chubby girls eating. I get worried for them. I just want them to chill out. Mashed potatoes, let's go, dude. Mashed taters. The best way to eat food, I think, is like you've already eaten so much food that now at this point you can just put the food in your mouth and just kind of make the chewing motions till it kind of like falls out of your mouth onto the floor in sort of a goop. That's when you know that you've had the perfect amount of treats for the day. Was South Park correct in the sense that you could stick entire turkeys up your ass and actually digest it? Is that possible? People take their lids off their containers or speak softly. Oh, you do or don't like that? Pardon? Pardon? Alright, we're just gonna throw this into the old grammar thresher. Like a turducken, yeah. Or maybe a turducken is easier to digest through the asshole than like typical poultry. What's a missing person case I find scariest? Let's see. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember any of them. I just read them. I just read off the teleprompter. Hope for the best. After I clock out for the night, I've completely erased my memory like Men in Black. Maura Murray? What happened with that one? Can you remind me? Claire Connolly. Okay, so if you still have the beer, can you please ASMR scratch for us? Alright. Scritchy, scritch, scratch. Magnesium. Hell yeah, dude. What's soju? What is that? I don't know. What cryptid would be the scariest to come across? Probably man, bear, pig. Because he's super duper cereal. Man, bear, pig would be so great to like be back in the South Parkian vernacular. I'm surprised that man, bear, pig doesn't get like thrown around more often within like the meme space. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like South Park is like super underutilized as far as its like cultural relevance as of recently. Soju is Japanese vodka. Oh, okay. Super cereal. Also, it's kind of weird. Like the stream I mean, I guess it's maybe kind of late, but, oh, never mind. I feel like it, like, just stagnates around a certain amount of views for a while and then suddenly, like, starts to go up again. I never really understand why. Crashed her car in rural New Hampshire and was never seen again. There were 5 minutes between the first witness call and the police arriving at the crash site. She disappeared in 5 minutes before police arrived. That's pretty wild. What do you think happened? Recently had sake, don't care for it. Yeah, I feel like it could definitely benefit from some flavor. This incident occurred over the past year, and I was so rattled by it that I hadn't gotten the chance to process it until recently. I decided to write it down, everything that happened, and I don't even use Reddit, but I knew of this subreddit. And as an 18-year-old male, I never in my life thought that I'd ever have any association with a stalker. In the media, stalker stories are always portrayed as some creepy bottom feeder becoming obsessed with a sweet but clueless girl and slowly invading every aspect of her privacy. My encounter with a stalker was far different, however, and it occurred during the first time that I was ever on my own. The incident was pretty lengthy, and as a result, this recounting of it will be as well. I'm originally from the East Coast, but I am currently a freshman attending college in Los Angeles. And due to COVID, the dorms were closed and classes were virtual, but I ended up coming to LA anyway, getting an apartment close to campus. I was really excited to move across the country, live on my own in a new city, and get a taste of adulthood for a year. I wasn't completely alone though. I had friends from the past who also ended up in Los Angeles, and my friend Tommy was a close friend that I had made at camp years ago, and he attended another college in LA. My other friend, Felix, was also from the same camp, and back in the day, the three of us had been very close. Felix had decided to take the year off to make music with his friends in Los Angeles. My apartment building was only about 8 buildings down from Felix's. However, with my packed weeks and free weekends, our schedules were nearly opposite. His weekends were busy with work while he had relative freedom during the week, and as a result, I ended up growing particularly close to Tommy. We would alternate who visited whom during the 20-mile Uber ride between us, keeping this in mind. And oftentimes, Tommy and I would hang out with Felix and his other friends whenever Tommy came to my area of the city. And with all of that background, you should have a good idea of the context in which this incident happened. My apartment was about a 5-minute walk from a downtown area with restaurants, grocery stores, coffee shops, and boutiques. When I first moved in during the fall, I took advantage of the pleasant nights, so... Oh my god. My eyes start to burn. Yo, Chris, what's up, dude? Would I stalk my stalker? I guess if they were hot, maybe. I guess that's your hope, right? Is that your stalker is attractive, and then, you know, they become your baby mama or something. Did you hear they DNA matched Jack the Ripper and are pretty sure they solved the case? Yeah, I posted something about that on Instagram, but then I sent that to Sam Riding because he does a lot of the true crime stuff and research, and he was saying, I forget what exactly he said, but he's years ago, he's like, that's been like a running narrative that they think they DNA matched it and that it's just like pretty consistently incorrect or whatever, or like, I don't know, inconclusive to like determine the exact. But if there was some particular science that really nails it down, then I'd be curious to know for sure. Mr. Frodo. What's up, Brenna? How we doing? You should do a poll to see how many of us had a stalker. Sure. But you can't lie. You guys gotta promise that you can't lie. You gotta tell the absolute 100% truth. I will find out. I will find you. I will become your new stalker. We'll make it actually happen. Have you had a stalker at a grocery store? Yes. No. I had one stalker that would show up to my house a few years after she had a glow up. Dude, nice. It was a familial DNA match, the same way they found the Golden State Killer. The evidence just hasn't been peer-reviewed yet. Okay, interesting. You've had several. Pray do tell. When I first moved in during the fall, I took advantage of the pleasant nights, so different from my home's often harsh climate, by taking long walks through the well-lit and populated streets to explore and get familiar with my new neighborhood. LA is a beautiful city with a dynamic culture and unbeatable weather, but it also has the constant and often harsh reminder of homelessness, many of whom suffer from mental illnesses and drug use and have been pretty much discarded by society. I have grown to despise the indifference that people showed toward them, avoiding their eyes at all costs as if their life depended on it. And during my first week, I was crossing a major boulevard when I noticed a man who appeared to be homeless in a wheelchair, with one of his wheels caught in a deep pothole. He wasn't making any noise, but he was flailing frantically. I was far behind him and couldn't believe that people were just walking past him, looking down at their phones as they passed by. I wasn't even going to make it across the street myself before the light changed, but I expected that surely someone would help him. Still, people passed by without acknowledging him. I was so frustrated that I ended up yelling to the people ahead of me in the crosswalk, only to get a middle finger back. I asked the man if he needed help. He didn't speak, he just kind of nodded. He was crumpled into what seemed like a wrinkled but finely made tuxedo jacket, and I could only see his frizzy blackish-gray hair thrashing in the folds of his clothing. I freed his wheel from the pothole and quickly wheeled him across the street. As I got him onto the sidewalk, he abruptly turned to me, bringing his face only inches from mine. I pulled away, both because he was way too close in the middle of a pandemic and because of his startling appearance. His skin was a deep, worn tan with sun wrinkles, like the kind that you'd see on old people at a Florida beach, forming what looked like a mask. His eyes were sunken deep into his head, completely vacant, and it didn't even feel like he was looking at me, but through me. "Get away," he growled in a voice so raspy it didn't even sound human. I just scoffed at the man and continued walking, assuming that that would be the last I'd ever see of him. After all, in a city of 4 million, I pass hundreds of strangers daily whom I will never see again. And I continued with my life for some time and had forgotten about him entirely, but unfortunately, that didn't last long. I walked to the grocery store. I had to pass through an area with a lot of foot traffic. One afternoon, I spotted a man far in front of me walking oddly. It wasn't exactly a limp, it was almost as if he were drunk. As I got closer, I recognized those blank eyes and frizzy hair. There was no wheelchair in sight. Something about him raised major red flags in me. Maybe it was the vacancy in his eyes, or just some gut instinct telling me to get away. I tried to reserve judgment because I figured that he likely had a mental illness, and I was hoping to pass him quickly without acknowledgement, but as I got beside him, he stopped walking, causing me to momentarily pause, and a shiver ran down my spine. I smiled at him quickly and kept walking. After that, I saw him many more times. Every time he would turn in my direction, and I learned to ignore it and barely registered it. Eventually he disappeared for a while, and I foolishly thought that that was the last of him. Months after I stopped seeing him, Tommy was supposed to come over to my apartment. Sorry. Alright, we got, wow, it's 50-50, yes and no. Interesting. Do your kids trailing you to the bathroom count? Yeah, those are your lifelong stalkers, honestly. Isn't it annoying whenever you, get someone pregnant and they have a kid, the kid, if you want to get away from that situation, right? That's a lot of responsibility. And then the kid goes out of their way to find you later in life. Creepy. Hello? Learn some personal space, bro. I never had a proper stalker, but I got followed on a hiking trail the other day, and I've been followed by a guy on a bike on a run, just never the same person. Interesting. what he should have done, if you were walking on the same trail, a guy is supposed to just like veer off into the woods and just choose a direction in the woods and just go. Just keep going till you can't see him anymore. And do that for another, like, till sundown. And then he can go back to the trail and take that trail. Wish mine was a squirrel. Mine was a creepy guy that would follow me around town in his car and would wait for me to get out of my house so he could slowly drive by and creep me out. It's weird. Do kitties stalk you outside the bathroom door count? Yeah, Pradeep does not leave me alone. He's my... Wait. Oh yeah, he's here. I just couldn't see him. He's always there. I was going like 80 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour speed zone out of nowhere. A curb hit me. Can you believe the audacity? I know, that's fucked. I threw cashews at some squirrels, but your comment was more interesting. Hell yeah, dude. Squirrels are so cool. Months after I stopped seeing him, Tommy was supposed to come over to my apartment. We were planning on picking up alcohol before heading to Felix's place to hang out, and as we were about to enter the liquor store, I spotted the tall man in the tuxedo jacket standing at an intersection several feet past the store. I was somewhat disappointed that he had returned, but it wasn't the end of the war. I was somewhat disappointed he had returned, but it wasn't the end of the world, especially because I was with Tom. Damn, my voice is starting to get... My lips are slurring. I was somewhat disappointed that he had returned, but it wasn't the end of the world, especially because I was with Tommy and had learned to ignore him. I didn't even bother explaining the situation to Tommy. We had just checked out and left the store, turning left toward a nearby intersection away from where I'd originally seen him, and guess who's standing at the crosswalk? My heart kind of sank, knowing that it would just be the three of us waiting for the light to change. Alright, I gotta go back and... Light to... Is this the right one? My heart's not gonna be three of us. Okay. I gotta copy paste the rest of the story to fix the grammar. Fix this grammar and don't change the story. $200 likes. Yeah, click that like button, guys, please. If you don't, YouTube kills me. Every night they kill me and they reclone me. They bring me back. Have I done my cardio? You know what's crazy? I have been doing my cardio where I wear like a weighted vest, and and it's kind of nice because it's like a plate loaded vest, and then I go on like a resistance treadmill turned up to the highest resistance and just like walk on that for 20 to 30 minutes, and you do get like a really, really good sweat going. And I've worked all the way up to like having 45s on like both sides of my front and back. Hey, Astro, thank you for the gifters too. Shadowbolt, Drizzle Hell, Pablo Salas, Alex, and Rogue. Welcome, friends. You know I have access to bonus content. But I don't know. As far as the cardio goes, I feel like it's not enough cardio, if that makes sense. Like, I would love it to be enough, but it's almost like maybe I need to be wearing that weight vest and walking for like an hour. Maybe that would be ideal, but at the same time, it's... I don't know. A chainmetal vest with a medieval helmet. Yeah, I'm just wearing straight armor. Cardi, no. Weights will get you far better body composition than cardio, but doing both is best. Well, that's what I've been doing, is I've been doing my like compound lifts and then some accessory stuff, and then I'll go, like, if I get bored, I'll just go do my weighted walking. But honestly, I don't know if I don't know. IDK. You got your resting BPM down to 47. Yeah, it was kind of funny. I was at the grocery store and I checked my blood pressure the other day. It was weird. It was like, what the fuck was it? It was like, I feel like it was like 98 over 60 something, and then the BPM was like 88. So it was just like really weird. It was like a weird mix. I don't know why. But I feel like that's not what it normally is. What's my gym playlist? I mean, whatever stupid bullshit they got on there. But if it's just me there and I can put something on, I usually if I'm lifting, I can put some like metal on or whatever. But then if I'm doing cardio, I usually put some of the stuff that I put on before I start the stream just to kind of zone out. Clink, clink, clang. Oh, you made it to the IG story. Hell yeah, dude. You're world famous. Alright, what's up, Fry? My heart sank, knowing it would only be the three of us waiting for the cross sign to change. Tommy was talking to me, completely naive to the situation, but I could see the man beside him turn toward us. Tommy saw my face change and turned to the man. He quickly turned back to me, giving me a look after seeing the man's face, and the sign finally changed and we walked quickly across the street. Tommy continued talking to me, but at that point I was pretty rattled. Up until then, I had never had such direct, prolonged contact with a man. "Are you good?" Tommy asked me. And I explained to them that I had been seeing that man everywhere, all across my city. And I explained to him that I had been seeing that man everywhere, all across my area of the city, and that every time I saw him, he'd stare at me. Tommy didn't really take me seriously and clowned on me for being so worried. We got to Felix's house, and while Tommy soon forgot about the incident as we hung out, I didn't. We all got fairly drunk, but I couldn't shake this sort of nagging sense of dread. And eventually, at around 2 a.m., Tommy took an Uber back to his apartment, and many of the guys were heading to bed. I was still quite buzzed, and for the first time, irrationally afraid to walk home that light, despite having done it dozens of times before. I tried to comfort myself by remembering that I had only ever seen him in the commercial area, not in the residential blocks around where we were. There were 2 cross streets between our buildings, and the walk usually took about 2 minutes. That night I was particularly paranoid and hurried. The streets were nearly empty, as expected at that hour, and I passed one of the intersections, but as I approached the next one, I saw a figure sitting on the curb at the diagonal corner of the intersection ahead, and my heart started pounding, but I assured myself that it could just be a drunk college student. As I got closer, I could see the white streaks in the man's hair. And you know those moments when you see something so shocking that you get momentary tunnel vision? That was exactly what happened. Combined with my drunkenness, I almost fell over when I realized who it was. I turned around, debating whether to run back to Felix's apartment. The man lifted his head from his lap and glared at me with his empty eyes. That moment remains one of the only times in my life when I felt genuinely in danger. I hesitated as I reached the intersection, pausing at the sidewalk opening, and I expected him to stand, but he didn't. He just sat there on the curb, seemingly waiting for my decision. I looked down the cross street, wondering if I should take the long way around so he wouldn't know where I lived. At the same time, I was tempted to sprint straight to my building, which was only 200 feet away. My apartment complex was large enough that he would never know which unit was mine, but the thought of him even knowing my address was very unsettling. I was running through my choices in my head when, thankfully, I heard 2 guys approaching the intersection from the opposite end of the crossroad, right in the man's path. They were both drunk, but when they saw him, they looked at each other and then at me and froze. "There you guys are," I yelled, beckoning them toward me. They picked up on it immediately and yelled back, quickly passing him. As we walked away from the intersection, one of them asked if I was okay, and I explained what was happening, knowing that they would probably not remember. Did the homeless guy even do anything yet? It sounds like he's just like strung out on drugs, and like this guy just so happens to cross paths with him because that's where he chose for his like homeless domicile, you know what I mean? Like his headquarters. And he just like looks up with like blurry eyes like, and the guy's like, he's following me. He's following me. Unless I missed something. We're here at the homeless CIA headquarters. What if you act like you get kidnapped for the ending credits? Let's make it happen for real. I explained what was happening, knowing they probably wouldn't remember in the morning. And after a continuous flow of bro, we reached the street parallel to mine. They reached their building and said goodbye, leaving me alone again, and it had to be around 3 a.m. at that point, and I was exhausted. I decided to sprint home from the other direction so I could slip into my building without seeing whether he was still there. When I reached the door, I couldn't help myself. I looked back at the intersection as I unlocked the door, and he was gone. I quickly stepped inside and locked the door behind me. As I pressed the elevator button, I anxiously watched the outside through the glass wall. I didn't feel safe until I was inside the elevator, at which point I let out the biggest sigh of relief. And I never told my parents this story. They were already nervous about me living alone so far away, and wait, what even fucking happened? Am I stupid in my, like, reading comprehension of the story? Did anything happen? Oh my god. Joel, you were the Michael Jordan of Story Tank. Thank you. At least it's not the Michael Jackson. Well, I mean, he was a good singer. And dancer. Just happened to cross path near his homeless HQ. Right. Do I like any Marvel movies, at least the newer ones? I really want them to make like a good Hulk movie again. Did they ever make a good Marvel Hulk? Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked, but that's so lame, dude. Why do people submit stories where like literally nothing happens? They just like, which sucks because actually the way this guy was writing and stuff, it actually kind of felt like they were going to have something worthwhile to say, but it just sounded like this dude was in a stupor. The Fantastic Four actually looks good. I'll be surprised, honestly. Like, just the concept of Fantastic Four just doesn't really sound too exciting to me, but the homeless guy, so yeah, the homeless guy is the one who's being stalked. That poll made me feel needless. Nobody wants to stalk me. Sony still owns Hulk, so the MCU won't get Hulk movie yet. That's crazy. That's such a long time, going all the way to the Avengers to not, you know, to not do a solid Hulk. I don't know. The Bruce Banner one, isn't that his name? Bruce Banner? No, who's the actor? He has like a name very similar to like Bruce Banner. Is it Bruce Banner? What the fuck's the actor's name? Do you guys know? The voice from the gods. What's up, Erica? I'm not really here for the... Eric Bana. Oh my god, that's it. Yeah, I just remember it like sounded very... Dude, that one was my favorite. That was actually a good... Like, I'm not even joking. That was a good Hulk movie. Some people didn't like it, but there's still CGI from it that's, in my opinion, still probably just as good as the newer Hulk ones. Like the newer Hulk ones, it just seems like CGI has gotten worse. This was 2003, and I just feel like the lighting and the way that the Hulk fit into his environment, you know, it's clearly CGI now, but it just really worked back then, and it still kind of works. And I don't know, the story was interesting. I had a guy catfish me in the middle of school, only to message me freshman year of college to apologize. Would you went to school together or something? Like when he was more Hulk, like not a... Oh, yeah, I don't even know, man. The newer Hulk just is... It's not the Hulk. The Hulk is supposed to be somewhat of like a mindless, uncontrollable freak beast, you know, that you bring out as like this super weapon, but is also a complex, interesting scientist, and I don't know what the fuck he is in the Marvel shit. It's stupid as hell. Should I even keep reading this story? I guess I kind of have to. Like, what it actually kind of pisses me off. Like, for weeks, I continued through the commercial area without seeing him. Once again, it was a naive assumption he was gone for good. By late spring, people started heading home for summer. A couple of weeks, but one night, the final instant, we were hanging out in an apartment. We got there quickly, ordered donuts. Tom was the kind of guy to rarely show fear. I turned around in response, felt like I was going to face standing in the dim light. Alright, well, let's get to the donut part, and then maybe they have sex with a donut or something together as a team. I never told my parents this story, and they were already nervous about me living alone so far away, and if they had known, they would have lost their minds and likely made me come home. And after that night, I stayed in my apartment for a few days, working from home instead of going out. A few days in, I realized that I was being ridiculous and left to grab a cup of coffee in town. Luckily, he wasn't there, and for weeks I continued walking through the commercial area without seeing him, and weeks turned into months, then into academic terms. And I went home from winter break. Motherfucker. The comments, he gains intelligence and the mind of Banner gets overpowered and Hulk becomes Maestro. Wait, what's Maestro? What the hell's that? Maestro. He makes hip-hop beats for Dre. Maestro, Hulk. Oh, like an old man with like armor and shit. $4.91 is crazy. This channel is pretty popular. Yeah, unfortunately the streams are not, you know what I mean, they're not like necessarily what people are subscribed for. I remember when I first started streaming, it was, get up to 1,000 or something for a few weeks, but I think people lose interest just because it's not constant reading or whatever. For weeks, I continued walking through the commercial area without seeing him, and weeks turned into months and then into academic terms. I went home for winter break, and when I came back, he was still nowhere to be seen. Eventually, I assumed that he was gone. Maybe he had just wanted to scare me, and after succeeding, he moved on to another victim. Once again, I made the naive assumption that he was gone for good, and by late spring term, people had started heading home for the summer. A couple of weeks before I was set to leave LA, Tommy and I were hanging out one last time before he flew home. I had grown to appreciate Tommy's apartment. It was one of the only places that I felt entirely safe, being so far away from my neighborhood. I told him about that night, and by then, he finally believed me. On the night of the final incident, we were hanging out at his apartment, and everything was as normal as can be. Late that night, we decided to walk to a 24-hour donut shop a couple of blocks north. We got there quickly and ordered our donuts, and the shop was empty except for the 2 employees, so we were served almost immediately. And as we left, Tommy turned around and his face dropped. Tommy was the kind of guy who rarely showed fear, so when he had a look of dread, you knew that you were up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. I turned around. I'm gonna say Poops Creek. Poops Creek will be really funny. What's up, Nut? You have to read the comic book story of the Hulky. I feel less lonely with a stream. Yeah, same here. You guys, honestly, if all I did was like make YouTube content and like not talk to you guys, I feel like content creation would be pretty boring, honestly. I mean, I guess eventually you could start a podcast with some friends or some shit or whatever, but Tommy was the kind of guy who rarely showed fear, so when he had a look of dread, you knew that you were up Poops Creek without a paddle. I turned around in response and felt like I was going to faint. Standing under the dim light of the donut shop was the man. The same dirty flip-flops, the same wife beater, the same torn pants pulled up to his chest, and the same tuxedo jacket. I had come to associate all of it with him. He stood there, staring at us. Not us, but me. And this time his eyes were empty. They were locked into mine like a laser, and I could see the fury behind them. Tommy and I were silent for a second, frozen. I looked at him and mouthed, "Run." In that second, we both sprinted back to his apartment at full speed. Tommy never looked back. As he fumbled to flash his keycard at the locked door, I caught a glimpse of the man's uneven gait as he sped toward us. The door unlocked and we ran into the lobby, slamming the automatically locking door behind us. We sprinted up the stairs to his floor, where we were finally catching. So did they get chased? Dude, this guy's... What the fuck is he afraid of? This is literally... Like, I know he's not from LA, but if you're going to live in a certain place and frequent stores that are within 100 feet of your favorite apartment to hang out at, where you feel safe and warm, like, you're probably gonna fucking see that same homeless person in almost all crossover circumstances. Like, that's... And if they didn't do anything, like, what, this person's psychotic. I don't know. I almost feel like I have to... I literally... How long this fucking story was, I almost feel like I need to, like, spice up the story just to make it, like, mildly interesting. We sprinted up the stairs to his floor, where we finally caught our breath. Tommy had a look of pure disbelief in his eyes, and I was shaking with adrenaline. To this day, I have no clue how the man could have followed me 20 miles and known exactly where I was. Sorry. Tommy had a look of pure disbelief in his eyes, and I was shaking with adrenaline. To this day, I have no clue how the man could have followed me 20 miles and known exactly where I was. The level of surveillance that would have required made me feel sick. Tommy was rattled, but he left LA the next day and I stayed for another week, but between finals and packing, I never left my apartment. I don't think I'll ever know what that man wanted or why he harassed me for months. Harassed you? Like, when you literally saw him twice? I'm going to have to contemplate some made-up scenario to make the story even sound like he was briefly harassed. Oh my god. I don't think I'll ever know what that man wanted or why he harassed me for months. And by no means do I want this to deter people. It's so funny. It's just like I hate the way people look down upon homeless people and treat them poorly and stuff. And then the second that the homeless guy even fucking like made eye contact with him, he was like, he looked at me. Oh my god. Get away, get away. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? Come here. Jump up. You know who hates homeless people? Pradeep. Sometimes I see him leave at night and he comes back with like bloody claws. I don't know what he's doing. But let's just say that old Bubbo down under the bridge is no longer to be accounted for. I don't think I'll ever know what that man wanted or why he harassed me for months. By no means do I want this to deter people from helping the less fortunate, but in rare instances, good deeds can come at unknowingly dark costs. I'd like to say that I don't regret helping him, but I do. When I return to Los Angeles in the fall, I'll be in the dorms as well. Okay, you know what may have actually happened? Even though I asked... fuck. Okay, let me finish this story, but I have a feeling that maybe when I put this, and even though I specifically said to the AI not to fuck up the story, I think it may have fucked up the story, because maybe, just maybe, because they made it sound like there was a lot of shit happening, maybe, I don't know how it could fuck up that bad, though. Went for a piss, had some Coke Zero, and unleashed a great sounding fart. That's awesome. That's gonna be the new hit single from Taylor Swift. When I return to LA in the fall, I'll be in the dorms, as will Tommy. But somehow that man found me across 20 miles, so what's to say that he won't find me again just a few hundred feet from my old apartment? I can't call the police. What would I even say? He never technically did anything wrong, and LA is full of vagrants far outside the concern of law enforcement. And I won't tell my parents either. They'd probably kill me for keeping this from them all year. All I can do is wonder what will happen this fall, and I guess only time will tell. Freak beast. I met this homeless guy. Oh, what's his name? His name's Freak Beast. Okay, let's read this again from the Reddit story original. I turn around and wondering if I should run... Okay, so that's already interacting with the homeless guy. There was 2 crossways between our buildings, and the walk usually takes about 2 minutes, and that night I was particularly paranoid and hurried. The streets were nearly empty. Being that deep into the night and all, I passed one of the crossroads. As I got closer to the next one, I saw a figure sitting on the curb. And see, this is the weird thing. He saw him from a mile away. My heart started pounding. I assured myself it couldn't be a drunk caller. It could be a drunk caller. As soon as I got closer, I see the white streaks in the man's hair. You know those moments when you see something so shocking, get a momentary tunnel vision? It was exactly that. And combined with my drunkenness, I almost fell over once I realized who it was. Like, dude, you literally saw the creepy homeless guy sitting in your direction or whatever and decided to walk toward it? I don't even know. I turn around and wonder if I should run back to Felix's apartment. The man rose his head from his lap. Yeah, rose his head from his lap. The dude was fucking high on fent. And you're like, I can see him from 60 meters away. In his general haunt. The man rose his head from his lap, glaring at me with empty eyes. Jesus Christ. That moment is one of the only moments in my life that I felt genuinely in danger. When he, like, lifted his head like a fucking tired cat with bedhead. I got to the intersection hesitantly, pausing. It's like a fucking turtle taking his head out of his shell, and that was the most terrifying thing to this person. I got to the intersection hesitantly, pausing at the sidewalk, opening the intersection. I expected him to stand, but he didn't. Oh, God. Guys, he didn't get up. He stayed sitting on the curb, seemingly waiting for my decision. I looked down the cross street and wonder if I should walk around the block so that he wouldn't know where I lived, but a part of me wanted to sprint to my building 200 feet ahead of me. My apartment building was large enough that he would never know my apartment, but still the thought of him knowing my address was unsettling. I was running through the choices in my head when I thankfully heard 2 dudes approaching with their penises out, swinging and dangling around. Alright, you know what? We have to change something here. Otherwise this story fucking sucks. Alright, let's see. Take this paragraph and make it scary, including that the homeless guy says, I've been waiting for you. and says he wants to repay him for his help while holding a used drug needle that he wants to stick in the main guy's arm. I don't know. Fuck off. Maybe in his ass. Alright. Here's your reworked paragraph with a horror twist. Here we go, guys. We're about to make this guy's Reddit post go from a 3 upvote to a 5 upvote. I turned around, my gut twisting as I debated sprinting back to Felix's apartment. The man lifted his head from his lap, his sunken eyes locking onto mine. Empty, hollow, a pit where something human should have been. My breath hitched, and this was the first time in my life that I truly felt hunted. I edged toward the intersection, my feet betraying my hesitation, and I expected him to stay seated, but instead, he straightened up, his bony frame unfolding like something unnatural. "I've been waiting for you," he rasped. His lips curled into a grin, and in the sickly glow of the streetlights I saw what he clutched in his dirt-crusted fingers. A used syringe. The needle was gleaming in the orange light. "You helped me once," he continued, taking a slow step forward. "It's only right I return the favor." I swallowed hard, my pulse hammering in my ears, and my building was just 200 feet away. If I ran now, could I make it? But if he knew where I lived, no, I couldn't risk it. My thoughts scattered as I glanced down across the street, considering a longer route, anything to lose him. The man's grip tightened around that syringe, his knuckles seemed to be whitening, and my legs tensed, but before I could move, I heard footsteps. 2 guys staggering toward the intersection from the opposite end. They were drunk, very drunk, but even in their hazy state, they noticed him, and one nudged the other one, whispering something, their eyes kind of darting between me and the man, and they weren't laughing anymore. They were watching, but so was he in his glaze. Alright, there we go. Sometimes that's all you need. You just need like one fucking scary part in the story to make it worth anybody's time. Like if you waste people's time, they hate you. They will hate you forever. So guys, take that as a word of advice. If you ever tell a story to a single person in your entire life, do not waste their time, or they will, pray for your downfall, essentially. Get to the fucking action, baby. Big tits, big ass. If you ask AR that they're camping, it will say it's impossible for it to camp because it doesn't exist in the real world. Nice, dude. Maybe it is. Maybe it's lying to you. You sure are God's favorite. I'm God's favorite. What is that? What does that mean? Out of everyone on the earth, God chose me to be the reader. I'll just be like, and then a homeless man tried to put a needle up my butt. Oh, because I'm so talented? You might be talented too, you don't know that. You might be like super, super good at something and you just never tried. I didn't know I was good at reading or doing YouTube shit until I tried it. But a lot of why I tried it was because I fucking hated my old job. You know what I mean? Babes Mariba, thank you for the 5 gifters too. Quivercraft, Nunya, Dragon Spirit, Maga, DS357, Suni Akna. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. I know what the ending line is, should be tonight. And remember, AI is surveilling your poop schedule It's true. That's the biometric data that they're talking about. They're putting nanobots in the toilets to eat your shit. And eat your ass, too. What's my old job? I was in healthcare. Just fucking sick of it. God's chosen reader. That'll be the ending. And remember, God picked me to read creepypasta. Wait, yeah. I want to see people's actual... He could have been one of those same streets for decades, never routine... Yeah, exactly, dude. This was from 4 years ago, too, which is crazy. That's wild. He could have been one of those same streets for decades and have a routine he follows based on how food is available, charitable donations are given out, etc. Add to that mental illness and extreme detachment from humanity can make anyone seem really strange or threatening. I'm not dismissing your very real concern for your safety. That's so funny. Even Reddit, who fucking like circle jerks about any possible threat to their boring ass existences on the computer, are actually like telling someone the truth for once in their fucking life. That's crazy. Anyways. The voice of the golden god. I am the golden god. Alright. Story about me stalker. 7th grade. Middle school. Gym class. Nobody showered. The gym teacher, weird. Way too friendly. Alright. Fix this grammar and syntax. Don't change the story unless it's hilarious. Queef Sweat, what's up, dude? Do you voice act outside of YouTube? I wish, but no. Kind of interesting, though. I mean, like, so this recently going to a convention, I like talked to a voice actor and a screenwriter, and you know, both of them said the same thing. You know, they're like, it's tough. You know, these are like accomplished people. You know, shows on Netflix, popular voice acting shows, all that kind of stuff, and they're just like, it's tough, you know, because sometimes things are good and you feel good, and then sometimes they're very low and you feel low. And you know, the voice actor was saying about how he's like, some days I just want to quit and go do cybersecurity or something like that, you know, and all of it kind of just mainly revolved around the fact that it's like feast or famine, where like you're on a show and you're feeling really good and happy and you got some money for a little bit, and then you don't get a job forever and you don't land a role and all that kind of stuff, and you just want to give up. But I talked to that voice actor about my channel and stuff, and I just said, hey, yeah, if you want a consistent paycheck, just do your best to start a YouPoop channel or podcast or something. All right. What number store are we on? Me. Make your own shoe. I should make my own shoes. They would be Tempur-Pedic shoes. I should befriend Michael Kovic. Who's that? Oh, all right. Here we go. During my 7th grade year of middle school, there was a girl in my class who suddenly took a liking to me. We'll call her Stacy. It was pretty obvious that she liked me, but I didn't As a voice actor that I first heard on YouTube that I recognized an incredibly popular anime series. Oh, nice. It was obvious that she liked me, but I didn't care too much about it, especially since at the time it didn't really bother me. A couple of weeks passed and she had made it readily apparent that she had a crush on me. I was at home in my basement when I got a text on my phone. It was from a random number that I had never seen before, and even weirder, I had never given out my iCloud account to anyone from school, and the email itself was random enough that no one could have guessed what it was. I didn't have a phone number at the time. Anyways, a couple of minutes later, I eventually found out that it was Stacy texting me. I entertained the conversation because I didn't want to be mean and just ignore her, and she started texting me every day like clockwork. At the time, I had a crush. At the time, I had a crush on this girl, Amanda, and the Halloween dance was coming up. And about a week before the dance, I got a text from Stacy. In this text thread, she finally confessed her feelings for me. I told her that I didn't return those feelings and that I was sorry, trying to be as respectful as possible. Stacy then texted me back, saying she knew that it was a long shot that I'd like her back because she already knew who I liked. In the back of my mind, I was thinking, what? How does she know that? So I asked, how do you know who I like? And she told me, Amanda, and said that her friend had told her. The friend she mentioned just happened to be dating my friend, the same friend that I had confided in about my crush. I asked, did my friend tell you about who I liked? And she replied yes, and I was pretty angry. The next day I confronted my friend and he swore that he hadn't told anyone. I trusted him, and later that night I confronted Stacy and she admitted that she had lied. She figured out who I liked just by staring at me so much. I didn't even know what to say other than yelling at her to stop talking to me. Fast forward to that summer and she was still texting me every day telling me how she needed to get over me. And I mean every day. For about 2 weeks I kept telling her that she would find someone else who liked her and cared for her, and that I just wasn't the one. And eventually I got tired of it and told her that if she was really going to get over me, she needed to stop talking to me. And she got angry, and I told her to stop contacting me. And I thought that was it. But I was so wrong, as the worst was yet to come. Fast forward to my birthday in 8th grade, I thought everything had blown over by then. Half a year had passed, and I had put it all behind me. That morning I got to school and saw that Stacy had taped a drawing to my locker wishing me a happy birthday. I took the drawing off, shoved it into my locker, and completely forgot about it for the rest of the day. That night when my friends were over, Stacy texted me and asked why I didn't say thank you for the drawing. I apologized, saying that I had a lot going on that day, and she accepted it and thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. The next morning I woke up to multiple texts from her, telling me how I was wrong for not saying thank you, and at that point I had finally had enough and just blocked her. Near the end of the school year, we were assigned an essay about a lesson that we had learned in life. It was a pretty easy assignment, until I realized that we had to present it in front of the whole class. My school was small, with only about 40 kids per grade, and each grade was split into 2 sections, so it wasn't the worst thing to present in front of everyone. Until it was. The day arrived when we had to present our This I Believe essays, when Stacy waddled up to the front of the class and announced that her essay title, Love is a Delicate Matter, and I thought to myself, God, what if this is about me? And it was. The entire essay, top to bottom, was about her confessing her love for me. And at the end, she completely slandered me, calling me a jerk that was never worth liking to begin with. And the worst part, the way she worded, oh my God, I'm fucking reading like middle school diary bullshit right now. Please, I hope maybe a car will explode at the end. It's the voice actor for adult Rudius in Jobless Reincarnation. Interesting. I never seen it. Oh man. Yeah, the PT Cruiser it's got a C4 in it. You hate this topic, why do you continue to do these stories? Well, I don't hate the stories like the topic itself. It's just like sometimes the stories are kind of shite, you know what I mean? Which I guess I should also stop. What's up, crime girl? The worst part, the way word traveled in our school, there were no secrets. Everyone had already known that she had liked me since 7th grade, and it was one of the most embarrassing moments I have ever had to sit through. Not to mention, she got a standing ovation. People were crying, and my friends were laughing their butts off. Even the teachers were laughing. I only had one thought for the rest of the day. What just happened? And I thought this was finally the end. Oh my god. And I thought that this was finally the end of it. But I was wrong again. A couple of years passed and nothing crazy has happened since until my junior year. A good buddy of mine told me that he needed to talk to me about something important, and we met up in the stairwell and he told me that Stacy had made a play about us in middle school. Yeah, a full-on play to present in front of an actual crowd, and I was baffled. The girl made her whole upbringing about a middle school crush, and it turns out they recorded the play and I finally got to watch it this year. It was terrible, and I wanted to pull my eyes out kind of bad, and I also saved her essay. That's pretty bad too. Anyways, I just graduated, and I hope I never see this dumb bitch again. Alright, Christ's sake, man. She could have at least, like, stabbed him or something, make it exciting. Jesus, fuck. Why even write that? What was it? Like, why even submit that? It's crazy. Genuinely crazy. I'm afraid to send you stories and then you or the fans not liking it. No, it's alright. It's just, you know, don't let it be this. Let it be actually scary. Oh, man. Maybe he was homosexual. Certainly a possibility, or maybe he just didn't fucking like her. Okay. I mean, how should we see him? Well, we gotta get it. I feel like we gotta get at least one more solid one in. Yeah, like yandere style. Oh, I haven't done yandere specifically in a while. Shit. So this was 3 years ago, right before the pandemic hit, and now one of my favorite stories to tell, now that I'm no longer scared. I've moved 1,000 miles away and a few years' time has passed. So my husband was in the military during this time, and I was a housewife due to work being hard for me to get in my area that I was in, as I can't drive and lived off base. Well, any military person knows military schedules is pretty darn unpredictable. Wait. My home guy, okay. I was gonna say, we just read one about a stalker and a military bait. It's kind of funny. Have AI write an entire story? I don't know. I mean, like, you heard like the flowery language that it tried to incorporate in there, like, just from the get, you know what I mean? Just from that short paragraph, it tried to use every adjective fucking imaginable. I fucking hate that. And that's always like one of the biggest tells in like AI writing, is whenever it just like almost tryhards too hard. All right. Fix this grammar and keep. Oh my god. What's a stalker? They cute? Or so I like to keep on thinking in land of imaginary. I'm sure you could get yourself a stalker if you worked hard enough. You get to hey, when you get your first stalker, you know you're looking good. The gym has paid off. I didn't stream yesterday. What day is it? Oh yeah. Usually guaranteed streams Sundays and Wednesdays. Well, any military person knows that a military schedule is pretty darn predictable, and much of our lives ran on an easy-to-memorize routine. And to make matters worse, my husband was often gone for long hours. For about 2 to 3 months, I had been seeing this guy wandering around my home, peeking in windows. Honestly, I didn't originally think much of it beyond being weirded out. We didn't have anything that would interest a robber. No TV, a single 7-year-old computer, a broken couch and table, and a mattress on the floor. Literally nothing expensive in our home beyond a gun that was locked up in a safe that might have looked like it had valuables. But that's a lot of work for what looked like a home of people living in poverty, so I didn't think anything of it. Yet he kept coming back when my husband was gone. I'd seen him every few days or hear him due to my normally super sweet cat at the time hating him, hissing and yowling when he saw him. So I'd know that he was there when I'd hear my cat making an angry fuss. Well, one day I went out with my husband and I guess I didn't lock the door properly or something, as our lock could be a bit finicky and I was running late. According to our normal schedule, I would have gone to base with my husband for a family mandatory fun event and came back home alone in an Uber while my husband stayed at the base to work or hang out with his friends. And what ended up happening was that I fell sick with a migraine. I have hemiplegic migraines, so it can actually be pretty serious, and his sergeant told him to take me home and take care of me when he saw me. Now, before I go on, I should probably describe my old home. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment complex in the mountains. It was a massive complex. My home layout was this. My front door led to my kitchen and dining area, and the wall next to my door had another glass door, think a patio, and across from my kitchen was my room. Then you go down the hall and hit the living room, which had another glass door wall next to the fireplace. And finally after that, you go across the living room at the end of the hall and reach our guest room, or my plant room / cat's playroom / guest room, which had yet another glass door. I was literally surrounded by giant glass doors. And outside we had a porch, and on the porch was a storage closet where I usually kept my bike since I couldn't drive due to my migraines and seizures. Now back to the story, now that I've set the scene. When my husband brought me home, again, not per our normal schedule, had an ex stalk me. He's now dead. Nice. That's good. Now back to the story, now that I've set the scene. When my husband brought me home, again not per our normal schedule, we arrived to find our door slightly ajar. We gave each other a look and went inside anyway, with me mumbling that I must not have locked it properly due to being in a rush that morning. We walked into the kitchen where my husband immediately went to the fridge, looking around for water for himself and me. He then spoke for the first time in the fridge. Honestly, I don't even remember what he said, but a few seconds after he spoke, we heard something. Our porch glass door at the back of our home moved, and we both knew that sound really well since I like to sit on the porch reading for hours, so I was always coming in and out. He grabbed my shoulder and whispered for me to grab his gun from our room. He then grabbed a butcher's knife and... He grabbed my shoulder and whispered for me to grab his gun from our room. He then grabbed a knife and went toward the living room. I went and grabbed the gun, noticing on my way into our room that our living room glass porch door was wide open. And upon giving my husband the gun and following behind him, I dialed 911 in my panic, saying I had an active break-in. While my husband did a sweep of our home, I walked back down the hall toward the kitchen to see if the intruder had gone around the back to the front, the only way out of the area he went. We lived on a literal mountainside, and one side was blocked off out back. As I was on the phone, I suddenly heard our storage door out back, which we had forgotten to shut, slam open, and my husband and I ran outside where we found the storage door swinging open and just barely saw the same guy who had been spying on me and our home. He didn't come back that day, and I also later found out that the only things missing were some of my clothes, my lingerie, and bathroom care products. The police showed up 4 hours later and took statements from me and my husband. Eventually, my husband had to return to his normal schedule. I was terrified and he didn't like it, but we had no choice until we could find a new place in our 3 months. Alright, see, this one was at least creepy a bit. Like, you could put yourself in this situation and be like, yeah, I wouldn't like that. Can you change your answers in polls? Nope. Once you have cast your vote, there's no turning back. Gaslighting and street theater actors wanted to get them off of Craigslist. What are you talking about? We're trying to cast an entire play using Craigslist. Do read the point of view from the evil side, i.e. stalker, burglar, murderer, etc. I'm sure there are plenty of untapped legends waiting. Yeah, I wish they would. I feel like I've done it a few times, though. Faux show. Everyone does need a dog. Dogs are pretty sick. I mean, even if the dog can't fight or know how to fight, which they probably don't know how to fight, like just the presence of a dog barking obviously is a great security system, and sometimes it does scare away intruders. Intruder. I was terrified and he didn't like it. But we had no choice until we could find a new place in 3 months when our contract ended. The first week things were fine. This guy didn't come back, and my cat didn't yowl or throw any fits, so we didn't see him either, and things were fine that week. Then another week went by, and I started to think maybe the gun that we bought scared him off. But no. That third week he ended up coming back, while my husband was at work in the morning. He first tried the door, attempting to force it open, and then started banging on the glass next to the door. I put 911 on speaker and texted my husband while I panicked and cried. And while I was on the 911 call, 911, I feel like I'm saying too many ones. How many ones are in 911? Be so interesting to like suddenly yourself feel the inclination towards another person that's at the level of like a stalker. You know what I mean? Like I've never really, like I guess when I was younger, like obviously you have like crushes and that kind of thing, and you just like can't, you know, you're not confident or whatever, and you just like can't, you just fucking stare at people, right? You just can't not stare at them, and you're a little bit weird, whatever. Everybody is. But it would just be so fascinating, like, to be a pretty normal, well-adjusted individual, but then suddenly you see someone for the first time in your life that just sends you to, like, an absolute another fucking level of, like, obsession. Man, I hope that happens to me. While I was on the 911 call, he ended up leaving through the front door, giving up, I guess. And when I told the 911 dispatcher that he had walked away from the door, the lady spoke to me like I was being ridiculous or freaking out this badly over someone trying to break into my locked door. And I hung up and just called my husband while having a full-on panic attack. It turns out he was already coming home with a car full of his friends. Nice. It tears the person up. I don't think it's enjoyable. Well, I think that's the thing, is imagine you were like, you knew that it wasn't going to be enjoyable for, like, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of like a stalker who like doesn't like what they're doing, you know what I mean? But you know what you're doing is just like so bad, but you're obsessed, you know what I mean? And just gotta get in there, you know what I'm saying? Just gotta get in their house. I am coming in. Unfortunately, I didn't choose this life. It chose me. I hung up and finally called my husband while having a full-on panic attack. It turns out he was already coming home with a car full of his and his... Oh, fucking goddamn it. It turns out he was already coming home... Motherfucker. It turns out he was already coming home with a car full of his and my friends, all of whom were in the army and worked with him. They had turned around toward me as soon as I texted what was going on, and the intruder ended up going to the back door, trying both glass doors there as well. God, why is the grammar bad? Why am I bad? Why am I a bad person? Have you seen Horrible Bosses? They did all that stuff to the boss, and toothbrush on the butthole. I don't remember that part. Hey, Polar Bear, what's up? What's good? The intruder ended up going to the back door and trying both glass doors there as well before finally giving up. About 4 minutes later, my husband and his friends arrived and found me clutching my cat and crying, and they scanned the area but still didn't find him. The cops showed up 7 hours later, and I, now very angry, gave another report. I ended up having 3 of my husband's friends sleep over in the spare room, and my husband and I slept in our now locked and bolted bedroom. I had a lock installed on the bedroom door after the first time. The next day, my husband's friends went out and got cameras, installing them at all of our door and window areas. And after this last time, beyond him looking in our windows 3 more times, I never had another issue with this weirdo until I moved out shortly after, and since then, I've never seen him again. You've been stalked since the 1980s. Damn, dude. Honestly, if I've been stalked that long, I feel like I would just challenge the guy to, or girl, whoever. I would challenge them to like a sword fight. Like, I feel like that would be the only way to just like get this bullshit done with. Or like a gun duel at high noon, you know what I mean? Like, alright, let's just get this over with. Like, either one of us is leaving here dead today. Or Pokemon. But then I would have Charizard fucking turn him into a crisp. A crispy chip. It's time to duel. Dueling is illegal in Pennsylvania? But stalking isn't. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alright. Actually, some of these stories are starting to come together decently well. I'm feeling like this video is not going to suck. Stalkers are obsessed with people they can't have. Well. Then let's give them all of me, then. My butthole. Control, violent, narcissistic, micromanaging, showing up unannounced, dictating what you wear or how, bruises flipping on, 40 missed calls because you drove to get gas in your vehicle, threats. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get a fucking sword, dude. Take hold and fucking end it. I'm sorry, that's disrespectful to your experience, but that being said, that's what I would do. I would be fucking fed up, bro. I would not be looking to like some external authority to like solve my issues anymore. I would be going Punisher mode in Minecraft. My stalker would try to sabotage my relationships, actually talking to my friends, etc. He was brave. Weird, man. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck, man. Like, I have a family member who's on meth, and the shit that comes out of their head is, like, insane, right? But they're on meth, you know what I mean? So, like, it's like schizophrenic Hitler or whatever. You know how, like, Hitler was schizophrenic or whatever because he took, like, meth and Adderall and shit? Later on. But, like, that kind of makes sense to me when you go nuts from drugs. But whenever someone just, like, is seemingly just, like, born, yeah, in that weird psychosis of control freak, it's just like, what the fuck, bro? Just described Elon Musk. Yeah, dude, I know Elon's on like ketamine, right? That can be addictive, can it? And like fuck up your brain. I don't know. It's whatever. Completely sober, they just snap. Just too fucking horny, I guess. That's crazy. Wonder if like they're stalking in like the animal kingdom. Like a degree of like jealousy that the monkey or like lion just goes bonkers and like tries to hunt the one they want. I have to hide it or your job, terrified to date locally, blocking or change the info, etc. It's worse if any type of mind-altering substances in play or alcohol. Yeah, I'm very sorry. But this reminds me of the plot line to the movie Monkeys 2, which is actually being developed currently right now in the chat. Fry was about to come up with a really important plot point. Fry, take it away. It was the month of January, and I had just gotten done with my exams at college. I'm 21, and being in a long-distance relationship, I hadn't seen my boyfriend in over 3 months. Since I had some free time, my boyfriend and I planned this getaway trip to the mountains as it was the prime time to experience the snow. Although this meant that I would have to fly out to a city, I'd never been there before, so I was a little skeptical at first because this trip had to be kept a secret from my brown parents. What? That's what it says. That's funny. Maybe they're Muslim or something and they don't want dating outside of Islam. Zach Custer, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. Maybe they can't say the specifics. I'm just trying to think there. Yeah. Probably Islam, right? But we were fried together, so I was determined to go. All my friends on this trip. Yeah. Maybe I could say like conservative parents or something. I don't even know. Now I kind of want to dig through their Reddit history just to find out what if there's any clues to their heritage. Although this meant that I would have to fly out to a city, I've never been there before, so I was skeptical at first because this trip had to be kept a secret from my very conservative parents, not approving me having a boyfriend, let alone traveling with him. But we were together for 5 years, so I was determined to go. All of my friends knew about this trip and had all the required details. Now fast forward to the day of my flight. I was seated in the window seat next to the fairly older guy, probably in his late 30s. I was on my phone and so was he. He was texting someone back and forth, and I remember thinking how annoying his phone's notification ring was. He gave me a very weird vibe the moment that he sat next to me, and I shrugged it off as I thought that it was just prejudice against him. As the flight took off, I noticed no one occupied the aisle seat beside him, and I wondered why he was moving up there because, one, naturally anyone, whether me or him, would like some privacy. Fucking Christ. I'm just gonna fix the grammar now. Like this, try to get the crap, blah. Okay. Fix this grammar. Keep the story the same. Do. Creeper alert. White parents are commonly known as passive and lax. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes... Well, yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. Who cares? Note to self, make sure my grammar is elite when sending it. Yes, it will be scrutinized under a fine-tooth microscope. Fine-tooth toothbrush. I'm God's favorite. I had no idea. It wasn't until you told me that I had no idea I was God's favorite guy. There's so many people on Earth, 8 billion of us, maybe more. And God picked me to be in charge of... How many people were in the stream? 500? Did we hit it? Did we hit the 500? 514. Holy shit, God really likes me. Yeah. I make merch with like my face, like thumbs up pointing towards this like God's favorite guy. It's not even like the person wearing the shirt who's God's favorite person. It's just the cult leader. And the yours is saying 479. Okay, well you guys gotta pray for the Lord's favorship in this situation. As the flight took off, I noticed that no one occupied the aisle seat beside him, and I wondered why he wasn't moving up there. One, naturally anyone, whether me or him, would prefer some privacy, and two, in our country men usually shift or make space for a woman in public settings. The man remained glued to his seat, and I could feel his eyes on me as I looked out the window. Some time passed, and he started making small talk, questioning me. "Where are you from? Do you live in the city you're flying to? How old are you? Is your friend coming to pick you up from the airport?" And I could start to feel the creepy vibes oozing from his sinister expressions, and I knew that I had to be smart enough to not share any personal information. I lied and told him that I lived in the city that I was flying to, hoping to prevent any chance of him trying to mislead me. I avoided eye contact and kept my focus on my phone for a long time. He tried to put on a nice guy act, telling me about his job and travel plans for the upcoming weekend, but by this point, I wasn't even responding. I could physically feel him inching closer to me. I was a little freaked out, but I thought that I could handle it for another 20 minutes until the flight landed. At this point, the overhead lights were dimmed, as it was a night flight, and at that exact moment, I swear that creep grinned and relaxed before staring down at me like we were in love or something. I backed up against the window and started clicking photos of the view outside. Then this creep says, "You're so cute. Do you think I could get your number?" And I froze. He was inches from my face. "No, that's weird," I replied, trying not to sound too angry, and who knew if he was a psycho. "Give me your Instagram then." At that moment, I knew he wouldn't stop. "No, I have a boyfriend. Stop," I said sternly, and he stared at me without blinking, then put on the nice guy mask again and offered me a bottle of water. I was relieved when the flight attendant announced that we were about to land. I would finally be away from this weirdo. But then he extended his hand toward me and whispered, "Can I hold your hand?" I panicked. I thought for sure that he was going to touch me. "What? No. Are you mad?" I managed to half scream, and he just gave me this blank look and asked, "Why?" I kept quiet, internally praying for him to leave me the hell alone. The flight finally landed, and I hurried to grab my stuff and get out of there. And as I glanced back a few times, I saw him pointing toward me and whispering to his friends, who were smiling and staring at me. I quickened my pace towards baggage claim, and so did he and his friends. Frantically, I started texting my boyfriend, who told me to stay calm and get out of the airport as quickly as possible without letting them catch up to me. I grabbed my bags and rushed out of the terminal, relieved to finally be free. But just moments later, I felt someone begin to touch my hair. I turned around. He was standing right behind me, grinning like some maniac. My heart pounded so hard that I thought it would jump out of my chest. "Do you need a ride home? We could take you. Don't hesitate too much." and without a word I grabbed my bags and walked straight toward a family with kids, asking if they could accompany me to the parking lot where my Uber was waiting. They told me to go fuck myself. What? What the hell? ChatGPT? That's so weird. Why would it throw that in there? Just like the whole family says it in unison. The kids as well. Go fuck yourself. Without a word, I grabbed my bags and walked straight toward a family with kids, asking if they could accompany me to the parking lot where my Uber was waiting. I quickly explained the situation and how this weirdo wouldn't leave me alone. They kindly stayed with me until I got into my Uber, and I thanked them profusely. And as my Uber pulled away, I saw him still staring at me with those cold and sunken-in cheeks. Thankfully, he didn't follow me from there. And I finally reached my boyfriend safely, and the rest of the trip went smoothly, and I didn't think much about the incident. It had become just some blur. But a few months later, while scrolling through Instagram, I got a new follower request and opened it, and my heart dropped. It was him. Somehow, he was able to find my Instagram, and his message popped up asking, "Remember me?" I blocked him immediately, and then I deleted my Instagram and haven't been back on there since. It says you're at negative 0.33. Oh, like you're not live? You might have to refresh it. Instagrams aren't hard to find. Really? I feel like if you just met someone just with a face, how would you even be able to look them up if you didn't get a name or whatever? Hey Iris, what's up, dude? What's new? What's poo? What's poopin'? It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Waffles. How old is you, and what are you going to do for your birthday? Reverse image search. You take a picture of them quick. Unless you have a mutual, same city. Oh, that's true, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Social media is freaking weird, man. Yeah, maybe he looked at her phone while she was messaging, probably. He scanned her QR code. It's tattooed on her forehead. We just had an earthquake? What? Where at? California? Earthquake. Today. Latest earthquakes. Looks like there's one in Tejas, Southern California, Mid-California, Northern California. Interesting. 2 spots in Northern California. I wonder if they have tsunamis there. Probably not, right? Apparently we had one in Washington, but I didn't feel it. Yeah, I don't see one there. I see one in Idaho, which is kind of interesting. A magnitude 2.7, 22 kilometers northwest of Stanley, Idaho. Sorry. Let's get a zoom in here. Let's zoom in on Iris's house real quick. Oh, there's a lake. There was one near a lake. That's kind of sick. I wonder if the lake was sloshing around. Am I on the east or the western side of Washington? The earthquake. All right, we're zoning in, sir. We've found Iris's home. We're gonna send another earthquake quick. You got it. You recently had a tsunami warning. It was scary. Holy shit. Unless there are Great Lakes tsunamis, in which case I'll be fucked. That'd be kind of crazy. Send Pradeep, Special Agent Pradeep going in. It's your dog's 2nd birthday. Yippee! That's cool. Oh, I can't believe it's March 3rd. That's always the weirdest thing about February is it ends so abruptly, and then March is already like well on its feet by the time you realize it's March. Oh, me? Yeah, I'm in East Coast of USA. USA! USA! And where are you from? USA! Alright, where were we? Weird photo stalker. Burp. You're going to be 33 on March 8th, Friday. That's cool. How is life? How do you feel? What are your goals? How do you plan to accomplish them? Find Dane. Who? Dane Cook? How many March birthdays are here today? Any marchers? The marchers go marching in. I type so aggressively. It's just the keyboard. It's mechanical. Also, I use a hammer too. I'm a little mouse boy, so I jump from key to key. There's little bouncy springs in there that send me flying to the next letter. It's a fake keyboard. You know what's kind of sick is like I've been seeing a lot of like 3D printed toys that you can kind of like click and play, put together. Like my one buddy's son has like 3D printed snake, and it's just like very malleable and cool. But I was thinking like a bunch of like really cool 3D printed keys on your keyboard would be neat. I don't know exactly what that would be, but can you make a birthday poll? I don't know. There'd be like a lot of options. I don't know if it allows that many. Yeah, it'd be sick to have a 3D printer, and then you could print out like cheeseburgers and stuff. Hopefully in the future soon. That's all I really want. So this has been going on since I was a freshman in high school. I'm currently a senior. My freshman year I moved schools and started hanging out with a new friend group. 2 friends from that group already lived in my neighborhood, so we usually all just hang out at my house. Whenever we decided to go to my other friend's house, we'd usually just walk since it was close. Those friends were just renting their house at the time, so eventually they sold it and bought a house in the same neighborhood. When they moved in, we started hanging out there a lot since they had a huge garage in their backyard where we could chill without being bothered too much. And we eventually got tired of walking all the way over there since it was on the complete opposite side of the neighborhood, and since we couldn't drive, we started taking a shortcut. There was a path through someone's lawn on my side of the neighborhood, so we started cutting through their lawn during the day. My friends said that at one point they talked to the owners while they were outside, and they said they didn't mind us walking through their yard as long as we didn't wake them up. They even turned off their motion sensor lights so we could cut through at night without causing a commotion. And all was well for the next couple of weeks until we noticed that the men in the house across the street would always be outside with a cigarette, taking pictures of us whenever we walked up the road. And this went on for a good year or two. I feel like I should have said that way creepier. $5.29. We are breaking records, dude. I can stretch. With like 3D printers to make food past its expiration date, long past. Yeah, it just makes like mold. Ever fought someone? Yeah, just here and there, stupid things. Just stupid things. Ever made it up to 600. I think, like, you know, back in the day, like, actually there was a period of time, like, I took a pause from streaming for a while at one point, but I think around that time I pretty consistently made it to like 700. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter too much, honestly, with the streams, as long as people watch the fucking videos. Did you talk him out of it with stories? What are you talking about? Oh, you found through it. Which channel did you find this channel through? Probably through the Monkey 2 trailer, I imagine. Did it have me written down as primary screenplay director? Oh, I forgot where I was. Fuck. There was a path. Oh, yeah. There was a path through someone's lawn on my side of the neighborhood, so we started cutting through their yard during the day. My friend said that at one point, they talked to the owners while they were outside, and they said they didn't mind us walking through their yard as long as we didn't wake them up. They even turned off their motion sensor lights so we could cut through at night without causing commotion. And all was well for a couple of weeks until we noticed that the man in the house across the street would always be outside with a cigarette, taking pictures of us when we walked up the road. And this went on for a good year or two. We told my parents, but just tried to ignore it altogether since it creeped us out. And the creepiest part was that no matter what time we went through, he was always out there watching and snapping pictures of us. It didn't matter if it was 3 p.m. or 3 a.m., he was always lurking in the shadows of this porch with that cigarette ready to snap a picture. Now fast forward to my junior year, my friend was house-sitting for his parents while we were on vacation. We were all staying over there and decided to run over to my house for food. And on the way over, I spotted the cigarette and pointed it out to my friend. Mind you, it was 2:30 a.m. and we could feel this dude staring at us. We started to crap bricks and walked faster and faster until we got off that road. When we got back to my house, we both felt really uneasy, so we grabbed a couple of knives and a can of mace before heading back with snacks. I also decided to grab flashlights since it was especially dark that night, and as soon as we got close to the house again, I got that same eerie feeling. I saw what looked like a person crouched behind a bush in the front yard. I lit the bush up with my flashlight and immediately saw a shadow darting back behind a tree. We started walking faster and kept looking back every few seconds, and that's when I saw a silhouette of legs standing perfectly still on the other side of the camper in their driveway. I absolutely pooped my pants and sprinted through the shortcut into my friend's back door. I don't know what this guy's intentions. You're a 4 birth number and about to enter a 4-year yearly numerical cycle. Aquarius will be entering or of relevance this year. What do you mean? Can you tell me what that means? Does that mean I'm finally gonna be able to sell my boner pills that no one ever wants to buy? That'd be so funny. Well, I guess they do Blue Chew. I guess that is a thing, Blue Chew or whatever. But it would just be so funny if there was like a pretty popular YouTuber or something that just is always selling boner pills. 4 means protection. So I can stand at the ground zero of the World War III nukes and just absolutely fucking absorb that shit like Goku. You're saying I'm God's favorite, huh? Guys, if you keep telling me that, my hope is that I'll start to hear his voice, and then I'll start to make commands based on what he's told me, and if you don't obey the commands, you'll get banned. And this could be anything. God could want a lot of stuff, guys. Now, conveniently, right now. I'm kind of hearing his voice. I think he wants you to buy me Monster Hunter Wilds on the PC. So, we wouldn't want to upset God. Steve-O always does Blue Chew. That's funny.
What's up, guys? Be sure to get your new subscription to Blue Chew. Like, sometimes you're trying to, like, fuck, like, hot bitches, college bitches that, like, watch my channel and, like, fucking just, like, I can't fucking get it up. I'm, like, 50, you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking rough. So, like, just pop one of these in. You can, like, fuck all night. You can have sex with, like, a fucking monkey. Take your bitch out after you just saw The Monkey 2.
Monster Hunter is awesome. You should get it. I just started. Nice. That's cool. My friends play it. Did you notice, like, the volumetric fog in it is kind of fucking weird? Like, I get that they're in a desert and it's, like, sandstorm and shit, but, like, it's kind of like you can't see very far and it's kind of cloudy and weird looking. But there's a lot of, like, aspects to the depth of field in that game that looks crazy, crazy good. Like, when there's a lightning storm going on, I don't know, it like really makes you feel like you're within the three-dimensional space that you're in. I don't know what this guy's intentions are, but they definitely don't seem good. And even now, whenever we walk through there, he's always outside watching. And since then, one very strange thing has happened. I don't know if it was the same guy, but it very well could have been. One night we were walking my friend in my neighborhood. We were walking my friend home. Okay. There's another movie called Monkey Man Friday, April 26th until Thursday. Beer and wine services will be available for the opening night of Monkey Man. I'm drinking for that. Yeah, are we all gonna have a watch party for Monkey Man? One night, we were walking my friend home in my neighborhood and decided to take the long way back to my house to avoid that creepy guy again. We dropped him off and all was well, until we started walking back. It was me and 3 other friends. We were almost at the end of the road, near the stop sign, when a white truck flew up to us, rolled down the window, and started barking questions at us. I tried to remain calm and ask him if there was some problem. He said that someone in a blue hoodie had walked onto his back porch and was banging on the glass door. One of my friends was wearing a white hoodie, by the way, but still, this guy started accusing him of doing it, even though we hadn't gone on anyone's porch at all. He demanded our names, so I just gave him my first name and nothing else. The entire time he had his hand on his hip, looking like he was about to burst a blood vessel in his head. He was so angry. We told him that we were on the complete opposite side of the neighborhood when it happened, but he didn't buy it, and he got angry and just screamed at us, "Don't you boys know it's dangerous to be out here at this time?" And I just said, "Now I do." And he pretended to drive off. But as we started walking back, he began following us in his car. For the entire 20-minute walk back, this creepy frickhead, this creepy frickin' jerk, frickazoid. Oop, I meant April 6, 2025 derives to a 19, not therefore enter numeral. Oh, wait, yeah, you're telling me what's happening. Okay. Wait, so you're telling me that I'm not God's favorite? You meant 4/6/2025 derives to a 19, not 13, for therefore you will be entering a 1 numerology cycle, Leo, a new path ahead, new endeavors. Your father, brother, or male relatives, friends will be of significance. Friends will be of significance. Oh, June 4th. Well, that's my birthday. That's kind of sweet. Did you know that? New endeavors. Interesting. I was supposed to salvage a playground structure, the shore in Tom's River after Sandy, but they organized it with 1 day till demolition. We didn't bring tamper-resistant bits, we failed. Damn. Unluckers. For the entire 20-minute walk back, this creepy weirdo trailed us about 100 feet behind in his truck, matching our pace, and he followed us down 3 turns all the way to my house, and the moment he saw us go inside, he speeds off. I didn't wake my parents, which was stupid, and in hindsight I definitely should have, so they could have gone outside and asked this weirdo what in God's name he was doing, harassing us alone at 2 a.m. and stalking us back to my house. I don't know if it was the same guy since he claimed his house was in a different side of the neighborhood, but he could have been lying. Anyone unhinged enough to follow some kids home like that can't be taken seriously. I don't even remember if they were kids. I just said that at the end. That's a good point. We probably don't need to trust the zoological signs from the stars, because if I'm God's favorite, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, all the time. And especially if I'm about to be accredited for a very popular blockbuster hit, aka The Monkey 2, I'm probably going to be rich here soon as well. So there's really nothing you can... I'm basically going to be like a good Harvey Weinstein, I think, in Hollywood. With dimples. Can I stop taxes? No, because I think I'm going to get so rich that I'll actually need your money, like through taxes. So I know you won't want to pay them normally, so if I have like someone with a gun, legally be able to take the money from you, that should secure me your tax dollars. Alright, so that was that one. Holy shit, guys. I am late tired. I don't even know if I want to read these other ones, but I feel like we kind of have to. Solid 4 hours. Oh, shit. Well, wait, let's refresh this if it comes up. Yeah, it doesn't even show the whole fucking whatever. Alright, well, we got 2 more stories. I think I'm going to take my magnesium now, and we'll just come back and read these 2. What do you say? Alright. In the meantime, you guys have to pick who's God's favorite while I'm gone. BRB. Alright. Hey Mel, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you. Did I miss anything? The 1 year cycle. The 1 year is a journey of change, new beginnings, independence, and becoming who you really are. No matter how familiar things seem, you are on an entirely different road now. Fuck, I'm lost. Alright, guys. Cruising, bruising, and schmoozing. 2 more stories left about stalkers. Hopefully it's fucking actually scary. If from the UK, I'm awake because I'm ill and my sleeping pattern is weird. Damn. Well, if you're ill, you absolutely must sleep, darling. Otherwise, you'll never get better. It's going to be a long and arduous... I can't even say it. Arduous? It's going to be a long and arduous road. It's going to be a long and R2-D2 road. Fix this grammar and don't change the story, you dumb robot. Hello from Melbourne. Hello. God is an 85 Ford Ranger, and that Ranger loves me. If you read daily horoscopes, women would just faint with the vapors. You want to read it? You want to read today's horoscope, huh? You want to hear? You want to hear some ambiguous fucking space magic? Let's get it. Today's horoscope? Horoscope. A horoscope. Oh. Crap. Alright, what do you guys... We'll do my Gemini, since that's pretty much what I freaking am. That cave you were in has all but forgotten now. You've left it behind, that and anything that even remotely reminds you of the dark. Yes, you are done hibernating and ready to celebrate by being as excessive as possible in category every one of them. You're going to be really annoying in public. You're going to be one of those people that are just loud for the sake of being loud in public, so that people stare at you. But you say you don't care, but really, you do. You wanted them to look the whole time. They don't care that much, though. Libra? Let's do the Libra. An opportunity you've been dreaming of will arrive soon, so prepare yourself. If you're not sure about any part of what's offered, however, don't be shy about asking for some time to think it over. Then get in touch with someone you know and love who's qualified to help you make your decision. Something terrific is en route. All you have to do is recognize it, even if it arrives in disguise. You know what that means. If you see a homeless man or small child in public, they're probably wearing a disguise. And you have to rip off their skin to find your new beginning. Misinformation. What are you talking about? Horoscopes are nothing. Horoscopes are the truth. Every day I wake up and I base my entire reality on some poetry someone from the Washington Post threw together in a fucking hangover. Schizoscopes, that's what we need. That'd be good. Hold on a second. This stupid thing. I need to turn this thing off. It's making noise. Come on. Feel the vibration. Ow. Ow. I hit my hand on the table, dude. Ow. Feels kind of good, honestly. Sometimes you need pain. Pain's good for you. Wakes you up. Reminds you of your vessel. Alright. Oh, that's funny. We said the same thing. That's funny. Alright. 2 more stories. Holy fuck. You're Gemini, hence why you're ruling Mercury. All communication. 4 is Aquarius, hence your quirky attitude. Hence. I don't understand with like horoscope shit. Is there some sort of god up there that made all these cool little star signs and conveniently timed it up with all of our personalities? Or is it just sort of like a collective space consciousness featuring the Anunnaki? Dating myself there with that departure store reference, but I'll do better. What? I love how like Redditors, every time they make a post, they're like always under the assumption that you've read every single one of their like all of my previous works here on Reddit. Fucking goofballs. I am pretty much the Stephen King of r/no sleep. People know me around here. Joel's ignoring me. You wrote Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow voice. It's Jack Sparrow Vice, please. I don't know how to do a Jack Sparrow Vice. What's my typing speed? I think it's 180 a minute. Have you guys ever played The Typing of the Dead? There's a game on Steam called The Typing of the Dead, and it's a pretty fun typing game, because you're like, it's kind of like one of those like on-rail light shooters, but you're like typing words that pop up. It's pretty cool. Do my voice? I'm doing my voice. It's me. The voice. The sound that comes out of my throat. When I was in my early teens, I'm a male, I would ride my bicycle there to look and buy model cars and supplies. What the fuck is he talking about? Is it in the title? Stalker at Kmart. Why did people... Okay. Like, you kind of need to give people some context. Jesus Christ. Alright. Jesus Christ. Go. When I was in my early teens, I would ride my bicycle to Kmart to look and buy model cars and supplies. And that was my thing back then, building model cars. I can't say if I was in any real danger as per the TOU on this sub, but basically, I was stalked. And while I was deciding between the 66 Chevelle or the 85 Camaro, I saw this man, mid-30s-ish, walk past the aisle that I was in. Then he passed the same aisle from the other end. Once I made up my mind, settled on the IROC and left the aisle, he was on the far end and started walking down the parallel aisle to me. I wasn't weirded out yet, but I made a detour down another aisle to ditch him, or so I thought. I doubled back and got to the main aisle that led toward the front, toward the registers. He popped out on another aisle further up, facing me, then turned down the next one, and each time I encountered him, he smiled, making eye contact. So I put the model down, turned 180 degrees, and headed back toward the back of the store. There was a service entrance back there, so I made for that, thinking that I had lost or confused him, and I still wanted to build that Camaro, so I went back toward the front. And there he was, sitting on a bench in the lobby, still making eye contact and still smiling and waiting. At this point, the obvious answer would have been to just turn and bolt, but in an effort to keep my bike from getting stolen, I secured it to the railing inside the lobby, and I didn't want to stand still in his presence. I quickly went back into the store and zigzagged through the aisles, trying to lose him, and by now I was sufficiently freaked out but still didn't want to make a scene. Every time I made my way back out into the main aisle, there he was. I was walking at a brisk pace, and he was just casually strolling, but always in my direction. And at one point I passed the sporting goods section, so I picked up a baseball bat and started carrying it. And I passed the main aisle on purpose now, showing him my weapon. He seemed to be unfazed, just casually making his way up and down the aisles, still smiling, still making eye contact. I was just short of running now, almost back into the service department, when he gave up the subterfuge of chance encounters. He was directly following me. He wasn't at my pace, but he managed to keep up, and I gave up. I tossed the bat and made for the service desk, and a relatively stout African-American man was there, and I said, "Hey, I think this guy," throwing a thumb in his direction, "is following me. Can you call someone?" He hadn't come around the corner yet, so I never saw his reaction, but we heard a crash and heavy, fast footfalls, and he had run toward the service entrance, knocking over the Oh. I was gonna say, I always think it'd be so funny if, like, you were someone's irrational let's not meet story, where you're just, like, doing your shopping in this probably relatively small and confined Kmart, but because a kid sees you more than 2 times, like, he's like, I have to get a baseball bat to fucking smash this dude's head in. Sigmund Freud and Pythagoras speak highly of astro and numerology. All you need is your BD, your BPD, exact time and place of birth. This is your unique blueprint and tells you everything about your journey. Interesting. But we heard a crash and heavy, fast footfalls. He had run toward the service entrance, knocking over a display. God damn it, I gotta, like, just pronounce the words completely. But we heard a crash and heavy, fast footfalls. He had run toward the service entrance, knocking over a display on the way out. The service riders stood by with me while the police were called, and once they arrived, the police took a few statements, did a walk around, he was long gone, and then put my bike in their cruiser and drove me home. I didn't go back to Kmart on my own again until I was old enough to drive, and I still never went back for that model Camaro. The second the kid walks up to the service person, he just freaks out, taking off, knocking over displays. Oh God! Oh God! Just some old guy with, like, a huge boner. I gotta get out of here. He knocks over a fucking bunch of cards with his wiener. Ah! Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Kmart was so interesting because even back then, like, even when it was at, like, its absolute peak, it was dog shit, you know what I mean? Like, even whenever it was just, you knew that they were, like, iterating upon the store and, like, coming up with that new ideas, and you're like, oh, you know what we need? Soft pretzels with mustard. Absolutely fucking boiling in the front via a claw machine, or just some stupid shit. And even as, like, a 4-year-old, I'd walk around, I'm like, this place fucking sucks. Let's go to Walmart. Walmart kicks fucking ass, dude. Like, I'm fairly certain, like, working the checkout lines, they had, like, mutant-sized praying mantis, like, people. And you would go through and they'd just be, like, twitching. They wouldn't even check out your stuff. You're like, are you gonna scan that? And it just goes, and then it would just, like, stab a box of cereal and then drain out, and you're like, okay. But I remember, I don't know which, I think it was Kmart when it was, like, officially going out of business, and there was this area that was, like, clearance, but for some reason their clearance items just, like, weren't in packages. all of it was just like ripped out of the boxes and like set on the shelves. And like as a kid in my head, I just thought that that was like something someone left there. So there was like a Tamagotchi, like knockoff bullshit Chinese one that like I saw laying there, and I just stole it, I guess, because in my head I was like, it's not in a box, so it's like not an official, you can't really buy this, you're supposed to just like, as they're giving this away, this is like they're lost and found, but it's they no one lost it, it's just you can have it aisle. Gardening soil and everything, yeah, it's covered in worms. I've been inside of Walmart like as many times as I have fingers inside yourself. Wait, what are you saying? I've been inside Walmart as many times as I've that was just a 40 chest. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, I did. Yeah, honestly, when I was young, I went through a spell, and back then though, maybe that's where it started. But I remember like going through like a spell where I would like, me and my friends would steal stuff. It was not smart, and I highly suggest against it. And then it wasn't until we did it when we were like far away from home or something like that, and then I got caught and didn't get in trouble because the guy was nice, and I never stole again. I was like, okay, I'll never yeah, literally, let's steal. You're still a klepto. It was weird. It was like this thing I would do. It's like I would take the stuff and then I would just like give it to people. It was like, look, I found, like whenever a fucking cat finds a dead bird and puts it on your porch, that was me. Except I didn't have any money to give gifts, so I would just take them. It was not nice of me to do ever, and I've never done it since. But it's weird to think like whenever it becomes, when you do something stupid and then it becomes like real, just like how quickly you're like, holy fuck, I am a complete moron. Yeah, now I just steal souls. Yeah, pretty much Robin Hood. Except it was all just strange adult toys from Spencer's. Howard was a senior in my team, and one day during chit-chat he asked me to recommend some colognes to him, as I know a lot about perfumes and fragrances. I recommended some, and then he asked me to help him buy it. I suggested it's better to try it out in person before buying colognes, but alright, we're just gonna fix this grammar. Fix this grammar. Don't change the story, or I will come to your robot house. Do you ever get mad trying to read stories? No, I don't think I've ever been upset by a story before. Because, at the end of the day, they're not professional writers. What can I expect from them? Do I get mad at terrible grammar? No. I actually like grammar. I like when grammar is bad, honestly. It's like playing a poorly designed level of Guitar Hero, where none of the buttons that are coming up on screen line up with the song at all. You know what I mean? Gut parasites' reproductive cycles are the cause of full moon madness. Studies prove the circadian cycles. Oh my god, bro. That makes so much sense. Can you elaborate any more on any of the details, like which particular gut bacteria? Is it like H. pylori or... Oh, that's so crazy. Because there's those serotonin receptors in our belly, and then sometimes those particular bacteria try to convince us that we need more sugar by connecting to those. I've heard about viruses traveling up your spine as well, up to your brain. It's the most gnarly thing I saw as a nurse. Just poop, mainly. Lots and lots of a sea of shit. You open up a door to a patient's room and it's like the Shining when all the blood comes flooding out of the elevator, but it's just feces. And you get washed down the hall. Ah! It's in my fucking mouth. Oh god. I suggested that it's better to try colognes in person before buying, but he insisted multiple times that I buy my recommendation for him, and so eventually I did. After purchasing it, I WhatsApped him the receipt and he texted back, "Thanks, I'll treat it as a gift from you, lol." He did pay me back later, so I assumed he was joking. The manager of my previous team, Alfred, asked me to grab a drink after work one day as he noticed that I had been frustrated at work lately. He also said that I can invite more people if I wanted to. And so I invited Kate, my closest friend in the company, who was also on Alfred's team. Kate suggested that I invite one more colleague, as she believed that it was better to hang out in a group of 4. I thought for a bit and invited Howard, as he had worked under Alfred before, and I told Howard that Alfred wanted to buy all of us drinks. I regularly have drinks with Kate and another colleague, Aiden, after work, so this was the first time that I hung out with either Alfred or Howard. After the drinks, we decided to take the last scheduled subway home. Only Howard and I lived in the same direction, and from the previous chit-chat, I knew that he lived near stop A, which was 10 stops before mine. I lived quite far from the subway, a 1-hour walking distance, so I planned to take a taxi after getting off at my stop. After we got on the subway, Howard started saying things that made me feel uncomfortable. For instance, he asked when he could become closer. Neomed Institute is the research study. Okay, interesting. Well, you know what? We gotta look it up. We gotta go down the gut bacteria rabbit hole real quick. Neomed Institute gut bacteria proliferation cycle related to full moon madness, which is even crazier that like gut bacteria would have any correlation in its growth schedule and reproduction schedule related to a fucking full 30-day full moon. Something odd. Emerging research suggests that lunar cycles, particularly the full moon, may influence human health by affecting gut microbiota and parasite activity. The Neomed Institute highlights that symptoms related to parasitic infections often intensify during the full moon, as this phase marks heightened reproductive activity for parasites, leading to increased immune responses and noticeable symptoms. Additionally, studies indicate that specific gut bacteria populations may synchronize with lunar cycles, potentially impacting digestion and overall health during the full moon. Furthermore, the full moon's effect on neurotransmitters like serotonin and melatonin can influence sleep patterns and mood, potentially exacerbating conditions such as anxiety and depression. While these findings are intriguing, more research is needed to fully understand the mechanisms behind these observations and their implications for human health. How do they measure the serotonin and melatonin? More serotonin and less melatonin. Oh, so you're like more excitable and like less able to sleep, huh? The parasites produce biofilm to prevent your immune system from ejecting them. Yeah, isn't that why they want sugar so they can like create more of a basic environment? Because that was kind of like the whole point of apple cider vinegar and stuff getting so popular, because it creates more of an acidic environment where they don't survive, and hence why like fasting is really good, because you can help starve out the bad bacteria and stuff. Oh my god, maybe that's why people fast, and maybe that... Oh my god, it makes more sense now, dude. Think about that. People saying when they fast they get more clarity, right? It's because the fucking bad bacteria is dying and they can actually fucking think straight. Holy shit. That makes a million bajillion senses. Wow. Dude, I'm telling you, man, like I guess that's what the human body is. It's like a obviously multicellular, but it's like all these different organelles and organisms like existing and coexisting in one system. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't like some very important aspect of, well, I mean, it wouldn't even make any sense that it wouldn't be that our evolution would be directly correlated to the evolution of like fungus and bacteria and all that kind of shit. It's fucking strange. Who's better than a big fat veiny dit? Two of them. True. It's a good part of my thesis. Literally like Osmosis Jones, yeah. Gut and brain health are linked, yeah, for sure. Interesting. Well, the way they test the serotonin is through serum and plasma, measured through a serum serotonin test. Blood is drawn, and serotonin levels are analyzed using high-performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, or enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, ELISA, ELISA. Melatonin measured in plasma or serum, often through radioimmunoassay, RIA, or ELISA, ELISA. Blood samples are typically collected at different times to track fluctuations over the day and night. Saliva tests, most used for melatonin, since melatonin levels vary significantly throughout the day. Salivary melatonin testing is a non-invasive way to track its circadian rhythm, especially in sleep studies. Urine tests, melatonin metabolites, the primary metabolites 6-sulfatoxymelatonin 6-OHMS can be measured in urine to estimate melatonin production over a 24-hour period. The breakdown product 5-hydroxyindoleocetic acid, 5-HIAA, is measured in urine as a marker for serotonin metabolism. Cerebral spinal fluid analysis. This is more invasive. Yeah, I probably don't care about that. EEGs. Oh, interesting. Well, EEG itself doesn't measure serotonin or melatonin directly. Changing in brainwave activity can be correlated with... Oh, you know what they should do? You know what actually would be fascinating if they could figure out... Have you ever seen when they put that like pulse oximeter on your finger at the hospital and shit? Where it's like basically checking your blood oxygen level by shooting, I think, like a particular type of like light. What is it like? What type of light are they shooting through your finger? But it's like bouncing off of your hemoglobin or something like that, and that's how they determine it. It's like a brilliant method, like a non-invasive way to check your blood oxygen or whatever. That's pretty accurate. Yeah, they use the rose toy. They stick that up your ass and they figure it out. You have an oximeter. That's cool. But I was thinking, like, wouldn't that make sense if they have some aspect of that to check various other things within your blood, like check your serotonin levels? Because, I don't know, I really, 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 really dislike psychiatry and the manner in which they kind of, like, just kind of guess, you know what I mean, as far as, like, what they give people on, like, antipsychotic meds or depression meds, all that kind of stuff. I've never taken them just because it's never felt very scientific to me, since most of it is kind of just like hit or miss. Like, well, you know, we're going to start you off on 10 million doses of lithium and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, if there could be some sort of like definitive diagnostic tools that could be correlated to the medication, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I feel like it's got to be a much easier way. And like, I really do believe that in the future, like light waves, radio frequent, like different frequencies and light waves are going to be the absolute number one best manner in which to like treat things, or at least do diagnostic things without even having to draw blood. Like, you'll be able to see so much shit in your blood just from like sticking your finger in something for like 10 seconds and get like a computer readout, you know? Genetic testing shows which drugs, including psych drugs, will be most effective. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm still just apprehensive against it because I don't know. A lot of the psych drugs still just feel like guesswork for the most part. I don't know. Trump's team is working on the blood thing? What do you mean his team? Him and JD Vance are in the lab right now. Detecting cancer through blood and also the treatment specific for you. Interesting. Where were we? The link to all the things parasitic come from biting flies, ticks, and mosquitoes. All three carry fungus, viruses, and parasites infecting billions every year. Oh, interesting. Damn. Are they genetically modified bugs or whatever? I thought about medication for anxiety, but I do okay without it. So yeah, dude, yeah, that's the thing is like, to me, it just always feels, it's not that it's like pseudoscience, obviously, but it's just the manner, it doesn't feel as like diagnostic as like something like diabetes does, where you can check your blood sugar, your A1C, all that kind of stuff, and like make a definitive decision on how much like insulin you'll need or what dietary changes you can do. I don't know. I wouldn't and the thing with the anti-anxiety medications is like you do go through withdrawal when you try to get off of them. Like my friend, I tell the story before, but it's like you get on a little bit of Ativan, right? And then all of a sudden, after you've been on Ativan for like a couple months and you think you've been taking it and feeling good, you try to get off of it and all of a sudden you have panic attacks and you have no idea where the panic attacks are coming from. You're like, oh shit, I took an Ativan, now I can fucking sleep and my leg's not shaking. And now you have to like figure out how to like get through these absolutely fucking hellish withdrawals of, you know, psych medication, anxiety medication, you know what I mean? It's just, at the end of the day, you have to just compare yourself to the people of ye old and ponder how they dealt with their mental health in the past. Obviously, there's some cases that are worse than others that should definitively be treated, but I often think that it's many times overdiagnosed to an extreme level. Creepy healthcare night shift stories, that'd be good, yeah. Neurologist here in town gives 6-year-old children Ambien. Yeah, it's fucking insane, man. And that's the thing too, it's like I don't know what kind of kickbacks these doctors get for prescribing medication. Like I genuinely do wonder, but their over-reliance upon like pharmakeia kind of shit is just so brain dead. And the worst part is you talk to the doctors and they're just like, doctors like that tend to have like next to like no humanity in the manner in which they like talk to you. They're just these automatons who, you know, work for pharma to just like hand out whatever the fuck. They analyze a problem and immediately think it can't be solved through like diet or, you know, usually diet change probably is like a pretty big thing, or just environmental change or whatever it might be, getting them involved in something, getting them exercising. Like it's usually like the most simple shit, you know. So much of psych now related to parasitic loads triggering depression, inflammation, mold disorders, and autoimmune diseases. Interesting. Yeah, She Who Walks in the Wood. What do you have like an ideal diet that you stick to? Are you like a fasting person, or what do you do? Are you like low carb? I know a lot of those people talk about that kind of stuff. For instance, he asked when he could come as close to me as Aiden, or whether Aiden had ever been to my apartment. To be honest, I wasn't even that close with Aiden. We were more like work friends, and I was annoyed by all those weird questions, but I thought to myself, it's just a few more stops until stop A, and I'll have my peace soon. Howard didn't get off at stop A, though. I asked him about it, to which he replied that he had some errands to run near stop B the next morning, so he'd be staying at a friend's place near stop B, and stop B was just one stop before mine. Luckily, Howard shut up soon, probably because of my lack of response, so I just looked at my phone in silence, and I only noticed that he was still there when I was about to get off at my stop. He followed me off the subway and ordered to take a taxi together. He said that he'd drop me off at my place and then go to his friend's, which made no sense since those two drop-off points were in completely opposite directions from my subway stop, so I declined by saying that I planned to walk home. He didn't know where I lived. and then he offered to walk me home. I told him it was an hour away and persuaded him to just get a taxi outside the subway stop, and he finally budged and called a taxi through the app, which showed the estimated fare. I overheard him murmuring the amount, and it was definitely more than the fare from the subway stop to stop B, more like the fare to stop A, and I suspected the staying at a friend's place excuse had been a lie all along just to follow me home. A week later, Kate told me that she ordered, whoops. Your dogs are called the Fantastic Four. Fantastic Noisy Four. Someone on Red Note all the way in China gave them that name. It's funny. Is Red Note still popular even though Twitter's back? Fast with weekly interchanging parasite cleanses, pumpkin seed. What's it say? Diatomaceous earth, ivermectin, and black walnut husk. They discontinued the old amoebic antibiotic I was on. Interesting. Oh, wait. How do you do the ivermectin? Is it just like an oral pill or something? A week later, Kate told me that she overheard Howard insinuating to Alfred that they were in a relationship. We worked in a profession where relationships between staff had to be reported and spouses couldn't work in the same team. And I was creeped out by Howard but didn't bring it up to Alfred since he didn't ask me about it either. And a month later, Alfred invited his team and several other colleagues that he had previously worked with to dinner to celebrate the end of a project. After the meal, Alfred asked me where I was heading, as he knew that I had 2 apartments. Kate and Howard were walking with us. I told Alfred that I was going back to the apartment in the same direction as Kate's, which was in the opposite direction of Howard's. And Howard then joined the conversation and said that he was going that way too because a friend was hosting a party there. And Kate and I were very skeptical. On the subway, Kate asked him where the party was, and Howard replied, "Stop C," which happened to be my stop. So Kate and I pretended that we had other plans, and that I wasn't getting off at Stop C. And Howard eventually got off at Stop C, and I rode with Kate to her stop before getting on another subway back to my stop. I avoided him as much as possible until I eventually quit that job. Ivermectin is what given rats to treat mites. Right, I mean it has obviously many uses. I know it was kind of under much scrutiny, but well, Nobel Prize. Yes, ivermectin won the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine for its role in treating parasitic diseases. The prize was awarded to Dr. William C. Campbell and Dr. Satoshi Omura for their discovery of avermectins, which led to the development of ivermectin. Why did ivermectin win the Nobel Prize? River blindness caused by the parasite Onchocerca volvulus, lymphatic filarius caused by microscopic worms that affect the lymphatic system. The drug originally derived from Streptomyces avermicillus was highly effective in killing parasitic worms with minimal side effects. It's widely distributed through global health programs, dramatically reducing infection rates in infected countries. Although primarily used as an antiparasitic, ivermectin has been studied for antiviral and anti-inflammatory properties, including its use in COVID. However, it is a paste. It's not just a paste, though. They literally won the fucking 2015 Nobel Prize for their uses and how cheap it is to produce and how effective it is to be used in, like, various countries that don't have access to, like, top-of-the-end care. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. It might physically be a certain thing, but Your muscles are extremely sore, especially between shoulders and neck, and have muscle cramps everywhere. That doesn't. THC doesn't touch it. Probably just need to like get some sort of myofascial release or something like that. You know what I mean? Like some type of massage type therapy where you can hold pressure in those areas till the muscle releases. From someone, obviously. Unfortunately, massages aren't cheap. Yeah, the trigger points and stuff. Alright, let's read the outro. Well, yeah, the horse thing, it's like, obviously you can, you know, use antibiotics in different forms, like different creatures can use it, but the sort of demonization of it to pretending like it's not usable on humans when it literally won like a Nobel Prize is just like intellectual dishonesty. And that whole thing was already like discussed a million fucking times already. It's stupid as shit. And remember, let's not steal. That's a good one. I steal, I don't kill. I'm just a thief. Now you want to steal. It is tempting. Don't do it though. It's not worth the adrenaline rush. Oh man. Alright, yeah, there you go. I'll steal your heart. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays, Wednesday. Oh, my bad. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button. Oh, thank you guys. Appreciate you. It's been fun. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, I'm going to steal your heart. Alright friends, thanks for being cool, awesome, and interesting. You guys rock. I love you, appreciate you. If you want to get early access to all the audio that I record here, you can get it on Patreon for only $1 a month or $10 a year. You get all that early access. And then if you got gifted a membership tonight, be sure to check out the bonus content playlist. You can binge all those videos. Let me know what you think. And yeah, it's Sunday. Well, we're going into Monday. New week starting here. Hope you guys have a great week wherever you are on Earth. I'll be back streaming on Wednesday. Follow me on @letsread.official on Instagram. In case the notifications don't work over here for new videos, you can get notified on my story over there. Otherwise, the YouTube video will be out same time, same place, Mondays and Thursdays, 9 p.m. EST. I am God's favorite, but so are you. And so are the parasites deep in your belly that tell me all sorts of things about God. See you guys. Bye-bye.